Welcome to another edition of the Breakfast Club. Got that funk here, and the gender adventurer Rob next door. How are you?
Hi.
Right. And obviously, we are anticipating further cohorts coming in due course. Rob, as usual, I have way more to say than is good for me or the crew. So I should let you start.
Hi. Hi. I don't know. I mean, do we want to talk politics? Because we could do that. We could talk about how Trump was in the Oval Office with a few people discussing a coup, a military coup. We could do that. We could talk about how yesterday the entire planet had a nerdgasm at the same time. So there's that.
Let's talk about that. I like the nerdgasm. That sounds like a better place to start.
Okay, did you watch The Mandalorian?
No. I've been saving it up because I see I have to coax my gal into getting into it. So it's an ongoing thing.
No, we can't. Actually, no. I shouldn't have even have brought it up. I mean, I don't even know if it's a good idea to talk about it. I mean, it's real nerdgasm. I mean, there'll be spoilers, and I don't know.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't know. I do know that while watching it, my reaction was, "Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!" And I could tell on Facebook from things people were posting that was pretty much the consensus.
Well, I think I watched the first series before I came over to this country. I watched it when I was locked in Britain, and it was really funny too. I think when me and Kate did just a one-on-one Breakfast Club on StreamYard way back early on in the pandemic, and we talked about science fiction and stuff. And she was saying, what she was going, what I really want is like a Star Wars thing that's set in that universe, but doesn't have anything to do with Jedi or the Empire and blah blah blah. And I'm like, okay, that's the Mandalorian. I'm like, yeah, but I don't want to watch Disney stuff. I'm like, but Kate, I watched the first series, but I haven't seen anything of the second series yet at all. So I've no clue.
I mean, it's not completely divorced from the Empire and from Jedis and all that kind of stuff. And second season, especially the season finale, that shirt looks like puked up Fruity Pebbles. Hey, Michael. You see the show Mandalorian. That show is so totally awesome. But it's not completely divorced from Jedi and from the Empire. And the season finale pretty much shows that. And somebody just sent me a message. Okay, my kid.
So the second season's ended now, has it?
Yeah. Last night. Yesterday was.
Okay.
Yeah. And it was a really big ending, so yes, nerdgasm. So.
And without any spoilers, there's obviously going to be more series, right? I mean, it ends not at the end of the story, right?
I don't. Wow. Yeah. Okay. Honestly, I don't know. I assume that there's going to be a season 3. They could actually end this story where they did yesterday, and it could neatly end because the main objective basically has been reached. And I haven't seen anything saying that there's not going to be anything further.
Right.
I don't know. I should look into that.
Well, Disney has like a couple of dozen different Star Wars stories in the pipeline, whether they're series or movies or whatever.
There's like a minimum of 10, I think. One of them is the Book of Boba Fett was announced yesterday, basically. There was a post-credit scene to The Mandalorian to last night's, and it was basically announcing the Book of Boba Fett coming next year. So.
While we're talking about entertainment, I was kind of amused this week to see how Tom Cruise is taking some shit for shouting at his staff because they're making a movie and they're trying to do it during COVID, and so they're sort of trying to set the standard that the rest of Hollywood will follow. And apparently, people were having a conversation too close together on set, and Tom Cruise flipped out and lost his shit. There's recordings of it; you can listen to some of it. It's like 2 or 3 minutes long. And I'm listening to it, and whilst I personally would never talk to my staff that way, no matter what they did, man, I grew up in the '70s. Getting talked like that by my boss was not unusual. Do you know what I mean? So, yeah.
From what I haven't heard any of it. I heard about it, and from what I've been made to understand is he was an asshole because he's Tom Cruise, but he wasn't incorrect.
Right.
He's absolutely right. But he's a dick. And it's like, okay, well, that checks. That makes sense. That's normal.
Right.
And Phoenix Writer. The season finale last night, it hit me right in the feels. I was a little disappointed. Let me just, without any spoilers, Disney could have afforded to spend a little bit more money on him for those few seconds that he was on screen. They could have spent a little bit more money on him. That's all I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway.
See, I'm such a sci-fi geek and obviously a Star Wars fan in particular, and and it's my gal. She's not right. So it's not that she hates it or anything, but she doesn't want to have to learn about a whole new universe when this one we're living in is complicated enough already. You know what I mean? And I can appreciate that, but for me, it's part of it. The escapism is part of that, is allowing that new universe and to sort of take you away from this one. So,
what's special about like the Mandalorian in particular, and why like Phoenix Writers does it kind of hits you in the feel, me especially, and people my age and people your age too, is that it takes place, right? This one particular, Star Wars story takes place after Return of the Jedi and before the sequels. So it's like right after Return of the Jedi. It's like right when the Empire falls. Everybody who was alive when that movie was made, they're either dead or they're very old now. So to recreate anything that's believable to be in that universe.
In the third trilogy universe, you mean?
Yeah.
4, 5, and 6. Okay, just making sure I'm on the right page, everyone.
Right. And in that universe, to make it now, there's a lot of computer graphics, or they have to stay away from the central storyline completely. And that's what The Mandalorian has done. Stayed away from the universe as much as they can while being part of that universe in that time frame.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they kind of pulled something yesterday that was a little bit of like, lights and magic kind of a thing. And they almost nailed it. It was beautiful. Phoenix Writer said, yeah, I wept. Yeah, I kind of did too. It was kind of an amazing thing to see. And it was just like, oh my God. And yeah, I literally sat up and said, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. It was, because of my age, the original trilogy came out when I was a kid. Mm-hmm. So yeah, it kicks you right in your childhood. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. No, that is pretty cool. I think the Disney was really smart when they bought the Marvel Universe and when they bought the Star Wars franchise, because I mean, basically it's a license to print money for the next 100 years. You know what I mean? There literally are 3 generations now of Star Wars fans, so.
Yeah. I think, here's the thing. I think Disney botched the movies.
Yeah.
They botched the movies. Everything else they fucking nailed. No one else could have done what Disney has done with Star Wars. They screwed the movies, but everything else is just like, holy fuck, this is it. I mean, it looks like Star Wars, it feels like Star Wars, it sounds like Star Wars. The Star Wars park, as part of Disney, I am dying to go. I cannot wait until COVID's over so I can go. I mean, all of it. I mean, I just want to, immerse myself in all of it. The movies, they could have done better. They could have done better.
I mean, they put so much creative license with all the elements of Star Wars with the movies number 7, 8, and 9. It's really hard for someone who's been around for the whole journey to sort of stomach it. On the one hand, on the other hand, like I said a few weeks back, I mean, from my point of view, a Star Wars movie is like a James Bond movie. There are certain things that you're going to see. You're going to see some lightsaber battles. You're going to see some spaceship battles. You're going to see some chase scenes. You're going to see some hinted at romance that never really gets anything close to salacious, and and you're gonna see false dichotomies of good and evil. Yeah, yeah,
and that's I mean, it's funny. It's like Jack and I last week after last week's show, on the after show, we were the last two left. Everybody else had gone. We were talking about The Mandalorian. And this was obviously before last night's finale, obviously. So I had no idea what was coming. But we were talking about how Mandalorian, how we both love it. I believe that it's pretty bad storytelling. It's a video game. The Mandalorian is you're watching a video game.
Right. And is the person playing winning the game?
Yeah, I mean, I guess. Based on the finale, yes, he won. But you're watching somebody else play a video game because it's like the character, starts on this side of the screen and has to get to this side of the screen, and he has all these trials to get through along the way. Yeah. And it's like, I need this, and then it's like the non-playable character says, I can help you with that. You just need to help me first. And it's just like, I mean, how many video games have this exact formula? Like Zelda, it's...
Okay, I can't actually answer how many video games, Rob, because brace yourself, my friend, but I don't play video games.
Believe it or not, I'm not a huge gamer either.
Right.
I play Civilizations. I don't know if you're familiar. I play Civilizations games, but...
Well, back on PlayStation with PlayStation, I used to play Tekken with my kids, and I used to play this game called Devil Dice, and which is great fun, by the way. Really good to teach your kids logic and stuff as well. And one more. What's that one? Crash Bandicoot. That's it. Yeah.
I remember Crash Bandicoot. I never played Crash Bandicoot though. I don't have any video game systems. I don't own a single console.
Me neither.
I haven't owned a console since like me personally own a console since Nintendo Entertainment System or Center in the 80s.
Right.
I never had a PlayStation. I never had anything more than the NEC.
I'm so right that I remember when Pong was the only video game there was, and we got the home Atari Pong set in Christmas of 1974 or whatever it might have been. I think it was 74.
1974. It was ColecoVision.
Yeah, it was like how the little cartridge you put into the slot, and you had these little joysticks with like a red button one, and you held the joystick in your hand, and you made the little Pong thing go up and down on the side, and you played ping pong in electric lights.
That might have been Atari. We had
Atari, yeah, for sure.
We had ColecoVision, and it had a dial for the controller.
Oh yeah, you spin it, yeah.
Yeah, and the games, there was Highlight, and yeah, Pong and tennis were like the only games, and it was basically green with a square white ball.
Right.
And two 2
Yeah.
or 4, and you control them with the.
That's the thing. Yeah.
That was the first one we had, and then the Atari, and then the second Atari, which was the big one, the one that everybody owned, and then we had the Nintendo Entertainment System, and that was the last one that I owned. Now my kid, Devin, um, he had the GameCube. He had Sega Genesis. He had Dreamcast. He had a whole shitload of PlayStations, all different ones, and what's the other one? Not PlayStation. What is the other one? The other big one that everybody had. The Microsoft Xbox. Yeah, he had that. By then, I had moved everything. Everything I played was on the computer.
Well, that's I don't even know if Xboxes are even still really a thing like they used to be, because so many people play their games online as opposed to playing on their actual console and then onto their TV. You know what I mean? You're playing with other people around the world now, and so the thing you buy in the shops now it's like a ticket to get online sort of a thing, rather than to get into the games. I don't even know how it works anymore, to be honest, but it's a bit more complicated. But yeah, I'm really glad. I think of all the money I saved by not getting into gaming, because I'm the kind of person who would really get into it, and like, get into the whole storylines of the games and all that kind of shit. So, for me, it's like, when you see other people doing crack and you don't want some, that's how I feel about gaming.
I liked. There were some games on Atari that I liked, but it was so long ago. And I was so young that it kind of doesn't matter. Like it was Pac-Man, Donkey Kong, those types of,
Space Invaders.
And then when Space Invaders, yeah, I used to love Space Invaders. But when Nintendo came out, it was Mario. Mario, all day, all night, Mario.
Yeah.
And then Mario 64 on the GameCube. And after that, I kind of lost interest. I mean, people were like getting really into the games, and I was just like, I found Civilizations 3 on the computer, on the PC, and I fell in love with that. And I played that for hours and hours and hours and hours a day. And I played it for weeks and weeks and weeks on end. And then, 4 came out, and I got that. And then 5 came out, and I got that. Now I'm playing 6. So I've been playing Civilizations now for many years now, over a decade, and yeah, I'll just sit and get lost in the game for hours and hours and hours.
What is it? Is it like Alien Civilizations or what?
No, you start off with nothing, and it's like a map of the world, or a world, and you start building cities. And eventually, you trade with and go to war with other civilizations.
Why would you go to war with another civilization when it's not really real?
Fun.
Oh, okay. See, that's why I don't.
I nuked London a couple of times.
Right. Just because.
Just because.
That's an interesting thing, actually, right? Because nuking London a couple of times, or shooting about 10,000 zombies in a week or whatever in some games, there's legitimate arguments to have about whether these games desensitize people to violence or not. I don't really have much of an opinion about it. But there are real, there's also conversations, especially like 5 or 6 years ago, where people were saying that there's too much sexualization of the female characters on games and all this kind of shit, whatever that's supposed to mean. And I don't know. And the other thing about gaming is the argument about 10 years ago. And I'm not enough of a gamer to actually have a legitimate opinion, but I mean, I think some of these games, the level of graphics and storytelling that's going on, I mean, they really should be considered artworks at this point. I mean, if film is art and pictures are art, and installations are art, and hell, you can eat popcorn on stage while reciting poetry and taking a shit, and that's art. I think it's kind of time that maybe some games got recognized as genuine art forms, and maybe they should be rewarded as well.
I mean, comic books and comic book movies have a similar problem, where they're not taken seriously in their genre. Because it's pop culture, because of the consumer and the end user more than the product itself,
Right.
and that's total bullshit. I mean that's like saying classical music is shit music because you don't like the people who listen to it.
Right.
Uh,
Right. Sure.
it doesn't make any sense.
The Marvel example is a really good example because I mean, taking Infinity War and Endgame as a single entity in the same way that I take all three Lord of the Rings movies as a single entity. But really, it's 21 movies leading up to that, right? And not all of them are good, admittedly, but at least 16 are pretty damn good.
Most of them are pretty good. Most of them are really good.
Yeah.
The Thor movies are kind of but it's Thor. I mean, there's only so much you can do. It's like Superman. There's only so much you can do to make Superman cool, to make you want to watch him. Thor is similar. It's like only so much you can do. But what I didn't like was when they first started coming out. Supposedly, from what I've read, there was no overarching plan to get to Infinity War and Endgame kind of a thing. That it just kind of happened that way. I don't know if I believe that. The way that the movies kind of weave together, starting at the beginning, kind of says that no, this is what they wanted to do, and that makes every single.
And the proof of the fact that they wanted to do it, I don't know if they thought that they would be able to continue having 2 to 3 Marvel movies every year and have people keep going to the cinema. I think they thought there was a genuine concern of superhero burnout because it's not just the Marvel movies, it's also DC movies coming out and other movies about superheroes, which we might not necessarily be as familiar with. But I know that when they made the very first Iron Man movie, the after bit, after the credits, that's when they introduced Nick Fury and the whole Avengers initiative. So the Avengers were definitely already in the pipeline. And if there's a video you can watch on YouTube which just has all the bits in the credits, all the after bits in the credits weaved together from Iron Man all the way through until the end, up to I think it goes as far as Black Panther because that's when the video was made. But when you watch all the end bits after they're all to do with Infinity War. So I mean, really, they wanted to do it the whole time. I think they might not have been sure whether they were going to get enough audience.
And here's the thing. I was upset way back years ago going to the movies and watching one of these movies just to walk out feeling like that was a commercial. That wasn't a movie. I just watched a 2-hour commercial for another movie that's not out yet.
My son said that thing.
I kept feeling that way, and I don't see it that way anymore. No. Because they've been all woven together so perfectly. I mean, what Marvel pulled off is just mind-blowingly near impossible, and they've done it so beautifully. But at the time, it kind of felt like, hey, I'm paying to watch a commercial for a movie that's not out yet. Yeah, I mean, it's amazing what they've done. But at the same time, those movies get a lot of shit from real movie makers. And it's just like the skill that goes into making these. If you watch any of the behind the footage stuff on how to do this stuff, yeah.
Just as a person who's made videos, you look at those movies and you think about the sound editing all by itself.
Screen work is amazing, and it's like people are, it's all computers, but in the center of all that computer animation stuff is a person, and that person is acting, and they're pretending to interact with people who aren't there. They're having conversations with raccoons that don't exist. And acting person to person is one thing. Acting person to nothing at all, and you have to make people believe that you're talking to somebody.
Right.
That's a whole different level of acting. It's a different kind of thing. So to have people like what's his face? Scorsese, was it? I think it was Scorsese, who was just like, oh, these aren't real movies, they're garbage. It's like, yeah, dude, you try it.
Right.
You try it.
directing people when there's no actual scenery around and no other actors to act to. Yeah. I think what you just said about when there's no other actors to act to, and you'll notice that a lot of actors, once they've done one blue screen movie, end up getting a lot more blue screen parts because they've proven themselves. Like the guy, his name escapes me right now, but the black stormtrooper in the new trilogy. What's the actor's name?
I know who you're talking about. I can't.
Yeah. Anyway, that guy, he did Pacific Rim as well right afterwards because he had all that experience with blue screen acting, and they're like, yeah, we could use you, and So I think once you get that sort of talent for doing it, a lot of directors go, hey, I can use that person,
Technically good, but come on, stories for teens. There's stories for anybody. Stories are stories. That was one of the things that Jack and I was talking about. We talked about The Mandalorian and how it plays out like a video game. We talked about
I have to, and no offense intended to the commenter, of course, but what's wrong with stories for teens? As a former teenager, I think that's kind of important, right? So.
Well, also, there's no new stories. There are no new stories. There hasn't been a new story in centuries.
Since
yeah, and that's what we were talking about. Like Luke Skywalker was the perfect hero's journey. How they basically took the hero's journey from the Gilead and boom, Luke Skywalker. It was just replicated. It's the same story. The details are different. He's going through different trials, but the formulation of the story, the basic story, is identical. And that happens over and over and over again because there are only so many different human experiences. There's only so many things that you can do as a person.
Well, Ron Howard, who used to be on Happy Days and is the director of many movies. He's famous for having said there's only one story that's ever been told. You've got the protagonist who overcomes an obstacle. That's it. That's literally every fucking novel. It's every romantic story, every war story, every protagonist overcomes obstacle or fails trying to overcome obstacle.
Deeper characters and a realistic story. Yeah, well, I mean, if my diet of media was nothing but Avengers, yeah, then I would worry about I'm culturally deficient. I'm lacking in but it's the same formula, the same stories. Some stories go more in depth, are more mature, and I watch those too. They're just not as fun, and fun is good.
No, fun is absolutely good. I'm hoping that I never grow out of enjoying riding a roller coaster, for example. And I hope I never get up to the front, and the man at the front says, "Before I let you on, sir, have you got a medical thing? I need to see that it's okay for you to get on this ride with heart conditions and all that. I don't look forward to that."
Look at Michael's comment.
Okay, there it is. Yeah, right. Well, I never watched Seinfeld, so I have no opinion. I literally never watched an episode.
I'm not a fan, but do you know what Seinfeld is about?
All I know is I tried to watch it once, and I never got. In fact, more than once, I never got 10 minutes into it because the acting and the dialogue was awful. So I couldn't.
It's about nothing.
Oh.
There's no. It's about nothing. It's.
Is it more? Is it about more nothing than Friends is about nothing?
Oh yeah, no, it's literally it's about nothing. It's just everyday life. It's almost like watching YouTubers who do who vlog their lives. So for an hour a day, they put out a video of them just living their life. That's basically Seinfeld. So I mean, people loved it because of that. People absolutely hated it because of that. Because there's nothing to draw you in. There's no story. So.
Well, I'll put this comment up. Is like this one.
Yeah, I like that too. Who would sit around?
Yeah.
Millions of
Well,
people.
the answer to that, unfortunately, is lots and lots and lots of people, because we live in a world where ice road truckers exist. Okay, we live in a world where pawn stars exist, where you watch other people pawn stuff in pawn shops. I mean, that's what there are shows like this. There are shows that are so mindless and low budget. It's embarrassing. And if you took ice road truckers as a pitch to a director back in the 70s, they would have kicked you out. You know what I mean? I mean, once upon a time, you had to have plot lines, actors and actresses who were going to get you viewership. You had to have some kind of an angle that the other networks weren't doing. Now we're just going to get some idiots. We're going to pay, $75,000 an episode to watch them fart and get mad at each other and have fights in their house. You know what I mean? It's I don't know.
A good story is good characters. I don't necessarily agree or disagree with that. As kind of you could have a great storyline. Again, most stories follow there are formulas, like the hero's journey kind of a formula. There are formulas that are time proven, that work. And most stories are basically the hero's journey, where the protagonist overcomes an obstacle. He overcomes an obstacle. He consults with a father figure. He then has to go through, this whole redemption. And I mean, there's literally this breakdown of journey. At first this, and then this, and then this. Your character could absolutely suck, but your formula could be great. That and a movie would be probably an awful movie where people leave going, what a great concept.
Well, that's Avatar. I mean, Avatar is a story that's been told and told and told and told and told and told and told, but it's been told so beautifully that I don't mind watching that story again.
Dances with Wolves. It's the same story.
Fern Gully, same story.
Gully.
Yeah, there's quite a few of them. Dune, same story. Guy from the outside comes in, learns the ways of the natives, and becomes their leader and takes over the universe. I mean, that's Dune. That's, yeah. Okay, and Survivor is to TV what Nickelback is to rock and roll. I'm going to post that one because Michael's not on camera tonight, so we have to make sure to include him as much as possible. Yeah, I used to have a Nickelback T-shirt, so that's my disclosure. Yeah.
Okay, so Nickelback was really big at a very specific time in my life, and because of the timing and things that were happening in my life at the time, how some of their songs just kind of lent themselves to my situation so beautifully. I have a soft spot in my heart for Nickelback. Some of their songs will bring a tear to my eye. I still recognize they suck. It's almost like a guilty pleasure kind of a thing.
Okay, so I was abroad for the whole Nickelback experience, so I don't really understand what's the big deal. I mean, why do people like to take the piss out of Nickelback so much more than, say, I don't know, Hootie and the Blowfish or the Flaming Lips or any other band? You know what I mean?
It's okay. If you look at, I don't remember exactly how this was explained. I read this thing about Nickelback that kind of explained it, and I was like, yeah, that makes sense. But basically, the gist of it was Nickelback is technically a perfect band. For the time period, for the genre, for the time period, for everything else, they're technically a perfect band. They're too perfect.
Perfect in what way? Perfect hair, perfect songs, perfect videos, what?
All of it, the whole thing. It's so perfect that it feels fake and put on. It is so perfect that it's like, okay, this whole concept, this band was built in a corporate laboratory somewhere with a formula to make money.
They're like the Rick Astley of rock and roll, then, right? Is that what you're saying?
Or they're like the boy band of rock.
Right.
And it just feels phony and it feels fake. And
kind of like the Monkees 50 years ago, right? The Monkees.
Oh yes, but not as put on, because the Monkees were obviously like there was like only one of them I think was an actual musician in the Monkees.
Only one of them wrote in some of the songs. I think that's Michael Nesbitt. They were all genuine musicians, but they weren't the ones recording the songs. That's the issue. They were on the TV, but the actual recordings were made by other people, with a few exceptions in terms of vocals. Yeah.
Yeah, I have to disagree that Fern Gully or Avatar come near to the characters. It's not about characters; it's about story. Dances with Wolves and Avatar are the exact same story. Doesn't matter what the characters do or what they say. It's the story is the same. It's the white savior story, and it's been told a million times. Like literally, Avatar and Dances with Wolves are the white savior story. It's that formula. Is just, I mean, that's just what it is. I mean, you can say, well, I don't think, but you're wrong. I mean, it's what it is. So anyway, yes, I am saying that Nickelback is calculated. There is this really weird thing about they're just too. Like, you can't say that they don't know how to play instruments. They're talented musicians. They know how to play. It's not like Kiss in the 70s are awful. And they knew how to market themselves, and like, they, had they made a ton of money. Gene Simmons is a whore. He'll sell anything. Doesn't matter. He'll sell it. But they were terrible musicians. I liked Kiss. There's still some songs I like. I hear them, them on. I'm like, yeah, but they're awful. Nickelback isn't that. These are good musicians. They know what they're doing. It's just that it is so refined. It is so polished. It is so calculated that it feels fake. It's like an itchy sweater.
Right. I think
I like that sweater, but I'm not wearing it.
What you were saying about Kiss is really interesting to me, because obviously I was a teenager in the late 70s. And so I had the chance to see Kiss a number of times when I was going to see concerts a lot back in those days, end of the 70s, beginning of the 80s. I was, I lived within an hour and a half of the concert venues in the Bay Area. So I would be like, yeah, concert. I was all about it. But I never went to see Kiss. And it's not because I didn't like the music. I mean, I wasn't crazy about it, but I didn't hate it either. But the reason I never went to see Kiss, and I'm not exaggerating, is because I didn't want to be associated with fucking Kiss fans. Because you go to those concerts, it's another level, man. It's another level.
Kiss Army. Yeah, Kiss fans are kind of nuts.
They were in the 70s anyway,
Sounds like just liking the band makes you feel manipulated. Yes, Green Machine, Nickelback, just liking Nickelback makes you feel manipulated. Yes. Yes. And that sucks. And I mean, as individual musicians, I kind of feel for them because they're kind of poisoned from it. It's kind of tainted them. But I think at the same time, they made a ton of money. So it's not like, they bombed and they're walking away with nothing. They made a ton of money, but it's only going to last so long. It only goes so far. They got to go the rest of their lives saying I was, in Nickelback, and people go, ooh, and they weren't a bad. That's what sucks is they're not bad. Oh my God, people are going to take this snippet out. It's going to be everywhere. Nickelback was not a bad band. Okay.
Okay, I don't think they're bad. Well, as to the comment I just put up by Marcus there, I mean, it's interesting that you say that, Marcus, because I've been around the sun for 58 rotations now, and I've noticed a few things that are in common with generally speaking, the younger generation who's into their new hip trendy music, right, is only into their new hip trendy music until it becomes popular, and then they're not into it anymore, even though it's the same band making the same fucking music in the same more or less way. I'm thinking of bands like Duran Duran fall into that category as a really good example. First Duran Duran album came out, it was so alternative, and everybody who was anybody was like, this band is amazing, they're going places, blah, blah, blah. As soon as they became big, the same people disavowed them. They're sellouts.
When I was a kid, I wanted the Duran Duran album Arena so badly. I never got it. To this day, I still never got it. But I remember wanting it so bad. I gotta get Arena. I mean, I even asked my parents for Christmas. I wanted Arena. I never got it. But
Rob, did you used to have a big tail in the back of your hair?
No.
No? No.
I had long hair. I had hair down to here.
Right.
Big Farrah Fawcett wings. big dangly earring. That was me. But
My earrings are bigger and more dangly than yours, though.
what was that?
I was just joking. You remember the big earrings I used to wear? I was saying my earrings are bigger and more dangly than yours. That's all I was saying.
Oh, I used to wear a cross that was like that big.
I used to wear 10 millimeter thick glass spirals. Okay.
It's crazy. So, yeah, or Metallica. I like Metallica. Metallica gets so much shit these days. They used to like rule music. They were like the kings. They get so much shit these days, undeserved. I think the shit they get now is just so undeserved.
I feel it's unfair to talk about Metallica without Joe being here, but I mean, I saw Metallica back in '88 at the Monsters of Rock concert in I think Candlestick Park, if memory serves me right. And that day was the hottest day in history at the time in San Francisco. It was 101 degrees. If you live in the Bay Area, you know it never gets that hot. In actually the city, you know. And oh my God. So Metallica was the middle band that day. There were 5 bands that day, and Metallica was band number 3. And whoever was working the mixing desk, the sound desk, must have been completely off their face because literally all you could hear was like that for 45 to an hour, whatever. I don't even know how long they were on stage for. And the other thing I want to say before I relinquish the mic is so I've been working. It's an outdoor concert, right? So I was working my way closer and closer to the stage for hours during the first 2 bands, right? Struggling against the people and the sweat. And I finally got to where I was like 30 feet away from the stage, right? And then Metallica came on. And where I was erupted into this massive pit. And there was a great biker dudes just literally just picking people up and throwing them over their heads. And it just turned into this massive pit of violent doom that I'm like, fuck this shit. I'm getting the hell out of here. I didn't struggle all goddamn day to get beat up, you know? So I went and decided to get myself a drink. Ironically, by the time Van Halen came on that night, it had been so hot for so long and people were so exhausted, you could literally just walk up to the front of the stage. There was no struggle crowd, or you could just walk up. I was pissed off because I struggled all day. I fought all day. But by the end of the day, I didn't want to struggle at all. I could have just, you know, it wasn't really worth it.
I was 10. I was 10 years old the first time I heard Metallica. 1981. They were brand new. Kill 'Em All just came out, and my brother brought it home. He had on vinyl. He had Kill 'Em All on vinyl. It's one of the last records I think he bought. But yeah, I was like 10 years old, and I was just like, I was, 1981. I mean, what I was listening to like the day before was Duran Duran. I mean, So yeah, it's just Metallica, and I was just like, what the fuck?
So, Rob, I want to ask you this question. I would also like to ask the people watching the show right now live who can please reply to this question as well in the chat, and I'll put your answers up. But Rob, do you still own any vinyl at all?
Somewhere.
Yeah, and do you still have means to play your vinyl like a record player?
No.
Yeah, that's the same for lots of people. And can you remember? I know this is a head scratcher, but you're scratching your head anyway, so it's all right. Can you remember the last album you bought?
No.
No. Yeah. The last album I bought was Jimi Hendrix, Ladyland on vinyl. That's the last one I'll probably ever buy as well.
The first album I bought was Michael Jackson Thriller.
Wow.
I have that on vinyl somewhere.
That makes me feel really, really old, right? Because when that album was brand new, I was a DJ on the radio.
I was a kid. But it's a fold-out album with Michael lying down like he's some kind of centerfold.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, with the tiger.
See, I did have a whole lot of vinyl, though. I had a lot of 45s. I had a shit ton of 45s. They're all gone. But I had the Beach Boys. It's like a double album. I don't remember what it is, though. What is that?
Endless Summer?
Yeah. I got that on vinyl. I got Thriller on vinyl. I have Beatles. That's another one that's like a multi-record set by the Beatles.
Keep talking. I'll be right back. I can hear you.
I don't remember what else I have. No, not Kokomo. That was, I'm talking like old Beach Boys. Kokomo, no. I don't know what else. I don't know. I think that's about all I have. I'm not even sure where they are at this point. But yeah, I had some vinyl. But like I said, 45s. I had a lot of 45s. I had a shit ton of cassettes too.
I just went to have a look because I thought I had my 45s in the other room. I was going to show you that whole stack of Beatles 45s that I brought over here from the UK. But I left my albums, my 12-inch records over there. And I'm not sure where they're going to. They're here, but
my mom has a whole shit ton of Beatles 45s that she bought brand new when they came out.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, brand new Beatles albums that were from the old days. Beatles albums can be worth a lot of money. 45s, not so much. 45 in $5 to $15, depending on the single.
I know my old man has a whole stack of 78s also. Anybody in the chat, none of you know what a 78 is. Be honest, you don't know what a 78 is. Paul and I are old. We know what a 78 is. But my father's had a stack of 78s. So
this comment here makes me feel really old as well.
Yeah. My son has vinyl. He has a record player too. He recently bought an actual, and not like a turntable, no, an actual record player. The old style. He's got one of those. So
yeah, I used to have one of those ones where you open the lid up and you close the lid and it starts playing. The needle was in the lid.
Oh, nice.
It was going.
I had one with a handle. So
me too.
Yeah. You can just carry your portable music.
The last job I had in the UK, I worked at I'm not going to name the company, but it's a prestigious high fidelity chain in the UK. And as a sort of hi-fi stereo geek myself, I can really appreciate good quality stereo, right? And good quality sound reproduction is really important. And especially in the ages of MP3 and everything like that, people are so used to listening to music digitized that they don't really remember or know what the music was supposed to sound like in the first place. And I know it makes me sound like an old fart when I say this. But it is statistically a provable fact that vinyl has superior sound reproduction if you have a good stereo to any other format.
Yeah, you know why?
Yes, I do know why. Because when they digitize music, they cut off the frequencies below and above so that you can't hear it. So even though your ear can't functionally hear it, your brain still knows that it's not there because your brain is still able to know the missing wavelengths are there.
Right.
Stevie Wonder used to say he would never record digitally because he could hear the difference.
When they take the actual music and they digitize it, they compress it, and when it's compressed, it loses what you were saying. On a rec, so although you don't get on digital music, you don't have the hiss, but it loses its fullness. The music is hollow because it doesn't have that fullness. It's kind of hollow, and you can hear the difference. On records, you have that you have all of it. You hear all of the music. Yeah, you have the hiss, but on a good system with a nice, clean, good needle on the record player, you have less hiss. So, I mean, if you really want to enjoy the music and you're really into the music, the sound of the music, you're going to want to listen to it on a record. It's so much better.
And since we're on the subject, I'm going to geek out a little bit on this one. But what I learned in my last job, which I didn't know before, and I was kind of surprised I didn't know it because I've been broadcasting for years. But something really stupid and simple like the speaker wire can make fucking phenomenal difference. Like we had speaker wire. I'm not exaggerating. It was 150 pounds per foot. All right. I mean, ridiculous, right? Amount of money. So, but Oh my God. If you all you literally all you have to do, you don't have to buy a new stereo, you don't have to buy a new sound system, buy some good speakers and some good speaker wire, and you're 99% there. You know, the actual thing playing your music, that's the simple part. It's the it's
We used to, my brother and I, we used to take speakers apart, pull the magnets out and everything else, and rebuild them. Um, it's I when I was a kid, I thought I was gonna grow up to be an electrician because I just dealt with um, speaker wire. Yes, it's not the same. I understand that. And I understood it then. The idea that I would be playing all these wires all the time and figuring out how speakers worked and how to take them apart and put them back together. Those kinds of skills lend themselves well to being an electrician. And I thought I would end up, maybe pursuing that, and I didn't. But we used to like add speakers to our systems, to our stereos, and hang them all over our room and stuff. What we do is then, when we play music and turn it up, we'd shake the whole house.
right.
One thing I used to do is I used to take I used to take Pink Floyd, The Wall, on 3 different cassettes and start playing them at the same time, except a few seconds delayed,
Right.
and it would echo throughout the entire room.
It must have been kind of ghostly as well.
Oh, it was crazy. It was nuts. And I used to get high and listen to it and be like, really, yeah. It was fun.
It sounds fun. Hey, when you said a minute ago about you used to take speakers apart and rebuild them, for some reason my mind went straight back to the opening title from the Bionic Man. We can rebuild him. We can make him bigger, better, stronger, faster, right? And that reminds me of a story I read earlier in the week, Rob. I don't know if you saw it, but the French have given the go-ahead to start putting technological implants into their soldiers, and they've reassured the public that the cyber soldiers that they're going to create will not have any technology which will interfere with their free will or their moral sense of humanity. Oh, I really trust that. Now that you've come out and said
Then what's the point? Then what's the point of the implant then?
well, I can't answer that question, but I mean, I've watched enough the episodes of Black Mirror to be terrified. It's like,
But what is their justification though? I mean, like it doesn't make any sense to say, well, we're going to implant these chips into our soldiers, but don't worry, they're not going to impact their free will or their sense of humanity. But we're not going to tell.
you've already got soldiers who've got cameras and mics and stuff in their helmets and everything like that. I'm pretty sure you're just going to start getting people with implants in their, like in Black Mirror, you can see out of people, the soldiers, they can see out of the soldiers' eyes, right? So they can actually see what the soldier's looking at. And if it's tech like that, or something that does something similar to that, there's a lot of potential for wrongness. Yeah. Okay, yeah, you'll be right back. So I'm just looking at the chat really quickly, and I noticed that there's a little bit of discussion about John Denver going on, and I think I must have missed the beginning of the context. But I can say, speaking for myself as a man of a certain age, I used to appreciate John Denver, and if you call John Denver a country and music fan, which or artist, which I guess I personally would call him one of those, he's one of the few country artists I could actually stand. Because I just like John Denver. And also, as an aside, in the middle of the 80s, John Denver was and Frank Zappa and the guy from Twisted Sister, whose name I can't remember, were the people who went to argue against putting labels on music.
Dee Snider.
Thank you. Yeah. And you remember this because you had a Keith Snider poster, right?
The first cassette I ever bought was Twisted Sister Stay Hungry.
Oh, wow. Okay, well, since we're still on music for a second there, then the very first single I ever bought was Grease by Frankie Valli, right? And the first album I ever bought that was actually an album and not a greatest hits, I think the first album I actually bought was Saturday Night Fever's soundtrack. Then I bought a bunch of Beatles greatest hits, and I think the first album I actually bought that wasn't a greatest hits was Sgt. Pepper's, I think. Hello, Jack. How you doing?
Hey, how's it going? Sorry it took me so long.
You managed to get your service sorted out then.
I did. I'm still stuck in the car. I don't have Wi-Fi yet, but I do have an updated operating system on my device, so I can join without stuttering.
Yeah, it sounded pretty clear today.
The first single, the first 45 that I bought was Jay Giles' band, Freeze Frame.
Oh, Freeze Frame.
Freeze Frame. And the first CD I ever bought was Cinderella, Long Cold Winter.
Okay. I'm totally showing my age with this one, but the first CD I ever bought, which frankly should be the first CD everyone ever buys, was Dark Side of the Moon. I mean, if you bought a CD before that, what were you thinking? That's all I can think. So I bought Dark Side of the Moon, Chicago 9, which is Chicago's greatest hits, and Supertramp, Breakfast in America. I bought them all at the same time, the first three. Can you remember how far back, Jack?
So I grew up with Pink Floyd, of course. I was in a record household. I don't have very much crossover with the music you guys listen to, I must admit.
Go ahead and call us old. That's fine.
No. It's my parents were avid record collectors, mostly Doors, Dylan, Dead, some Billie Holiday, Muddy Waters, a bunch of stuff like that. And then at school, I was listening to, Run DMC, African Bambaataa, Kumo D, just rappers of the 80s. And so I had kind of two totally different musical worlds growing up. And it wasn't until my teenage years that I started really exploring the blues. And then I got super into Tom Waits and still into hip hop, but more like conscious rap, Thunderground, West Coast stuff like Black Alicious and Buck 65 and, Asia Born, later Lyrics Born, stuff like that. And then, of course, William Elliott Whitmore and some of the modern kind of blues revival singers. But I honestly missed like this huge swath of 80s Americana in terms of music, 70s and 80s. Although I did get into Queen, so there's that. But I even missed Prince. And I know, Paul, Prince is pretty important to you.
Yeah, that's an understatement. Yeah.
Musically, Prince is important to everybody.
Yeah, but I was just on a different track. That's all.
Yeah,
it's. I didn't see it at the time, and I don't care what Paul says. If he says any different, he's lying. He didn't see it at the time either. But Prince actually ended up becoming the cornerstone of modern music. Prince is a big fucking deal, and in the beginning he wasn't, but he became quickly a big fucking deal.
Well, I have so much to say about that I won't say all of it, but suffice to say a couple of things for me first. First of all, Prince, for me, I mean, honestly, I don't know who I'd be. I literally don't know who I'd be if I never got into Prince. And so that's a pretty awesome responsibility to throw on any artist, really. But also, just from a standpoint of, I mean, I can understand how some people didn't like Prince, because especially in the early career where he didn't do interviews for like the first 15 or 20 years of his career, hardly any interviews, because he wanted to maintain it was about the music, it wasn't about him. And inevitably, when you do movies, who are you dating, where are you going, blah, blah, all this kind of crap. What do you spend your money on? That's the kind of thing they asked back in those days. And, he just wanted it to always be about the music. And so much respect for the musician that Prince was. I can't even put it into words, really. Because the man was proficient at 27 different instruments. It's not like he couldn't just like, lots of people who could play the guitar can play on a piano, but they're not pianists. You know what I mean? Right. Whereas he was all those things to the point where he intimidated everybody in his band. Yeah, just because.
There's a lot of people that didn't like Prince and still don't like Prince or just never got into it. would basically say, well, it's the genre of music. They're just signed to that genre of music. And okay, to an extent, okay. But still, he deserves the respect as a musician because he can play guitar alongside or better than any rock and roll or metal guitarist. He did it a million times on stage. He did it in like the super jams when they would have all these different people jamming, and he would just like steal the show.
Absolutely.
You're talking to somebody.
One of my favorite quotes. Oh, just real quick, Jack. One of my favorite quotes. Eric Clapton was being interviewed, and they asked him, "How does it feel to be considered the god of the rock and roll guitar?" And Eric Clapton goes, "I don't know. Ask Prince." And that's fucking Clapton. So
you're talking to a guy who likes Neil Young and Harvest. Like, I don't know.
Fair enough. Hey, speaking of Neil Young, Jack, did you came out about 2006, I believe. Did you get that? Is the one he did about President Bush? It was like a whole album of protest songs against the war in Iraq and President Bush. Did you ever listen to that album?
I listened to it. I never picked it up. That was, right at that transition where we were starting to listen to things streaming. And so I just didn't end up buying it. But I liked it okay. It's funny. I think Harvest probably has a lot of nostalgia for me. It was definitely an album I grew up with, and Old Man and those songs, just that entire album, because it was on kind of constant rotation in my household. It holds a special place in my heart, but I totally recognize he's not a good guitar player.
Yeah, well, yeah, I don't know. I Prince as well. He changed so many things. Like the whole labeling music started because of Prince. All that started because of Prince, and the fact that Prince was, he always made a point of having chicks playing instruments in his band at a time when rock bands didn't do that, and he's put a lot of people's careers forward. He was like probably one of the biggest supporters of up and coming acts. He's one of those people who once he went through the door, he opened the door for a lot of other people as well, and I think that's pretty cool.
Oh yeah, for sure. What I only know sort of through legend about the vault of Prince music. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, there's so much urban myth about the vault that it's really, really, I think it's dubious to believe almost anything unless it's from an extremely official source. I mean, when Prince died, it was said that he had 50 complete albums in the vault unreleased, And Prince was such a prolific writer that it doesn't stretch the realms of possibility that could be true. But I also know this about Prince because I follow the guy very closely. And I know for sure that if Prince wanted those albums released, they would have been. So I hope no one releases them for nostalgia or remixes them or tries to improve on them in any way whatsoever. Anything that was meant for release was either marked as such, but not released because he died, or it was marked "Do Not Release." Right. You're much of a fan of Frank Zappa, but Frank Zappa was also famous for having a huge music vault. Right. The reason he had his music vault is because he had some tapes. This is me being a former DJ. This is my music trivia geekiness coming out. But yeah, so Frank Zappa had his music. He had a whole bunch of sessions. He had sessions with John Lennon. He had sessions with Jimi Hendrix and a whole bunch of musicians that were famous back in the day that were stored in the record company's vault. And his Jimi Hendrix and John Lennon tapes vanished. So he had his own. And apparently there's like thousands and thousands of hours of Frank Zappa that no one's ever heard or ever will hear,
Right.
So Deep Ashtray. Anyone else see Led Zepp with Bonham on the drums? Well, Bonham was always the drummer. But John Bonham was an amazing drummer. And not just because he was a good drummer, but because he was built like a marshmallow with arms and he could that quickly. That's amazing. Sorry, I had to.
A marshmallow with arms. I'm stuck on that one, Rob. I'm stuck on the visual. Mr. Stay Puft.
You've seen John Bonham.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Marshmallow with
Yeah, John Bonham was one of the more tragic rock and roll deaths. You know, I mean, they're all tragic, of course, but I mean, the guy just got too drunk and puked while he was sitting up and drowned in his own puke. And I mean, that's just when you're the guy from Led Zeppelin. That's just not what you. That's not how I want to be remembered. Bon Scott from AC/DC, same thing. You know. So yeah, mind you, there's no such thing as a good way to go, especially in rock and roll.
Yeah, you don't want to be Elvis.
So Jack, if you're by too young to die, I'm gonna draw the line at 50. Okay, you can
Okay.
draw higher, I suppose. But when it comes to famous musicians that died too young, which one stands
Oh,
out?
I mean, obviously, the Doors and
Jim
I mean,
Morrison, yeah.
yeah, I Morrison. Sorry, I have a copy of Morrison's second edition of The Lords and the New Creatures, which is a poetry book he made for friends. That originally he only had like 100 copies of it that he handed out to his friends. Then he made a second printing, which is the version I have that I think it was like 2,000 copies or something. It's still a
Wow.
pretty limited run, and it's one of my favorite books of poetry. So Jim Morrison is one that I really wish he hadn't passed when he did. And then I grew up with Nirvana, so I have a bit of a special place in my heart. I think that I'm sorry, I'm blanking on names tonight.
Kurt Cobain.
Kurt Cobain. Thank you so much. I think that Kurt Cobain is somebody who would have kept evolving and doing interesting music. He was very clearly, just by the third album, he was not stuck on one style or one approach. And I think it would have been really wonderful and interesting to see who he evolved into and what kinds of messages he wanted to tackle, especially
Kurt Cobain.
especially during the Bush administration. I think he would have had a lot to say.
Kurt Cobain. I'm sorry. Love Nirvana. I do. I think he's a genius. He's just one of those artists that really pisses me off. It was just he was the tortured rock star who didn't want to be famous, but he did everything he had to do to become famous.
Right.
It was just like, hey, everybody, look at me. Tell you not to look at me. That kind of a thing. The lead singer from Counting Crows was the same way. It was just like, oh, I don't want to be a rock star, so let me learn how to do this stuff and play an instrument and write music and put myself in front of a camera, but I don't want to be a rock star. It's like, yes, you do. You're a fucking liar. You do.
Well, I mean, I'm
Oh,
I totally understand where that's coming from. I mean, I'm not in the same kind of performance arts, but I've been a puppeteer for 20 years and I'm a very shy person. I mean, the puppetry that I did was always behind a curtain. I didn't really like to look at the audience while I was performing, but I completely understand the need to get your work out there and make things and have people appreciate those things while also really wanting to maintain your privacy and not become somebody whose life is totally out of their control. And it makes total sense to me that any rock star would want their music to be out there in the world and to have not fans necessarily, but people who respond to the music and get something out of it, because that's what you want to do. You want to deliver something that impacts people.
I was going to say there are ways to do that without putting yourself in the spotlight.
I think it's harder for rock musicians, like of almost any art form. There is so much sort of entourage and there's this explicit set of kind of the falderall around being a rock star is so set in stone that it can be really difficult even to make it. I mean, there's a few examples of artists. I think Portishead was really good at avoiding kind of getting into the spotlight. Most people barely knew, what any of the musicians looked like, other than a few music videos. There's a few bands I can think of who successfully navigated at least a period of superstardom without becoming hugely the focal point, as humans and individuals. But I think it's really hard to avoid. I think so much of it is
I mean,
the marketing.
it's also difficult to, as an artist or for an artist, to give up control of your work to have somebody else put it out there too. It's you can put your work out there to be appreciated and to get feedback and to put it out into the world. But sometimes that would involve having somebody else take control of it, and that's hard.
Well, I mean, it's famous. I mean, the two movies that came out the year before last, one was Bohemian Rhapsody and the other one was Crocodile Rock. They're both very similar stories about the rock and roll life and journey to stardom of Elton John and Freddie Mercury, respectively. Or the other way around. But anyway, but getting taken advantage of by your manager is almost the most rock and roll thing in the world. Do you know what I mean? It's right up there with throwing the TV out of the hotel window. I mean? Yeah.
and weird riders in your contract.
But I mean, there's so many artists that die way too young. And say, well, you mentioned Kurt Cobain a moment ago, because see, I have a harder time with Kurt Cobain because he fucking killed himself. And when it comes to suicides, I have a little bit of a different attitude about it than I do to people who die of accidents or just die young, like Bob Marley got cancer in his fucking toe, and before you know it, he was dead. He was only 36 when he died, right? Maybe he should have got some treatment, but the cancer wasn't his fault. You blow your brains out, your fault. Sorry, my opinion.
I don't think so. I mean, I think we know more now than ever about the neurological conditions that lead to suicide, and it's a real nice thought to think that people have self-control and willpower and all these things over their own lives, but it just doesn't track. The science just doesn't show that. We're more or less not predetermined, but the instances in our lives that kind of set up a set of conditions. There are these dominoes that are acting upon each other, and ontologically it gets really difficult to find where that first domino push is, the point at which you actually have actual control to start the chain reaction moving. But those chain reactions are real. Obviously, the sort of brain chemistry and the results of depression and all those other things, there are some of those things that are just like a moving train that you don't have very much control over, and you're not even in the driver's seat. It's
well, I mean, when you're living that rock and roll lifestyle and you've got like a certain amount of what's the word, adulation from people, it can skew your perspective. You don't see the world the same way anymore because you start seeing it through the way your fans are going to see it, and yeah.
It's my understanding though that like what you're saying is true, but when it comes to Kurt Cobain, that was less of an issue for him because he didn't want like he shunned the stardom side of him being a star. So he wasn't like tainted by fame the way some others that end up falling are tainted by it. For him, it was more of a hindrance than it was that he like carrying a weight.
I just want to interject really quickly, and I will stand corrected by my friend Deep Ashtray, and I'm going to put it up here. It's not your fault.
Yeah, the Green Machine said like it's your choice, but it's not your fault.
Right.
I
Right.
agree with that.
I think that's the best way to put it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I get very skeptical about even the word choice. Um, the and I'm not like a neuroscientist or anything, but I have, as on a hobby level, from a layman's perspective, I've dug into this, and so many of our motivations and the way we act in the world are like the bottom of an iceberg, all of the stuff that we don't see. So many of our motivations are subconscious, or like far beyond, not even subconscious, like subterranean. And it it really gets difficult. And I am a nihilist, so I'm coming from this perspective that we're we have very little actual, evidence of our own existence other than what our senses tell us, and our senses lie to us constantly. All of our senses are super flawed. So, um, in lots of ways, I find this perspective very helpful because I think it's a very humble perspective to come from. I'm very conscious about how flawed the human brain is and how really bad we are at like understanding the world around us and properly interpreting what our senses are telling us. And then, you know, just the idea of that first mover when it comes to decision making, um, that becomes very challenging to try and tease out, where the nature and the nurture kind of intertwine to set up the conditions. Um, there is a really wonderful series of YouTube videos by Stanford, the university, and there's Dr. Robert Sapolsky, who's a neurobiologist, who talks about this idea that we all kind of are this game of 52 pickup, where we've got a deck of cards, and the deck of cards represents a whole bunch of experiences we've had in our lives, mainly with successful outcomes. And every time there's sort of a decision point that comes along, that deck of cards spills on the ground, and we end up sort of picking up the first thing, and it represents, our memory catalogs those successful sort of transitions or successful interactions in the past, and then we're sort of able to use those same things to move forward. And so everybody has this like different set of this different deck of cards, like, I don't know, Pokemon deck or Magic the Gathering deck. And so you have some people who you might have, like, a world traveler who speaks multiple languages and has, met so many different cultures. Their deck of cards is very expansive and robust, and they have lots of different options for how they deal with any situation. Or you have, the child who was, pressed into the Lord's army in Africa and grew up with only violence, and the only solution to every problem is at the end of a gun or a machete. um, those two people have totally different sets of reactions when a moment comes along where a decision point has to happen. And so you can't expect the Lord's Army child to have the same reaction as the world traveler and vice versa. Though there's always the possibility that, you know, they share a few cards in common. And when you look at somebody like Kurt Cobain or anybody who takes their own life, what you're talking about is one of the cards in their deck that seemed like a viable option to end their suffering was suicide. And that deck spilled and that card came up. And that's kind of all there is to it in terms of the cause and effect perspective.
That's an interesting point of view. Yeah, I don't really know how I feel about it. All I know personally is that to overcome your survival instinct, can't it's not random. It's not something it's whimsical. It's not overcoming your survival instinct and actually carrying it out in a way. And it's probably not politic to say this, but in a way, it's a very brave thing to do, because overcoming your survival instinct. I mean, you can't just decide to stop breathing. You can't decide to. I personally don't think I could jump off a building.
Right.
Because there's that moment where you think about it, and that's all it takes. So.
Well, and I think that's.
I would like to steer the conversation on to something a little bit more jovial, especially since we have Joe here. Hello, Joe. How you doing?
Hey.
A little more jovial.
A bit more jovial. A bit more jovial.
Although, before we move the topic, I would like just to weigh in really quick.
Okay.
Something I'm familiar with. So, I mean, yeah, I think that. Yeah, well, certainly it isn't random. I mean, there's definitely, if you come to that point where you basically say that my imperative for living is not as compelling as my desire to end my suffering. And, that's the thing that I think that's kind of, one thing that's kind of sad, unfortunately, in our culture, and I think most cultures, maybe not in some of the Asian cultures, but definitely in Western cultures, is that if somebody does go through with it, very often our reaction is that person was selfish. There's a lot of people who say that, not fewer than used to, but a lot of people still to this day still say that. And because they're like, well, what about the people left behind? But of course, unless someone has children or has some obligation to anybody else, no one else, we don't know what pain they're going through. We don't know what struggle, and we don't know. They may have exhausted every option to overcome whatever is causing them pain, and they may not have. But that's why you try to intervene. But there are, and then you have people who are like the people who are going to die anyway. But it's like, well, I'm going to die, but I'm going to die suffering in agony over the next 18 months, or I can take some meds and go to sleep and never wake up again. And the thing that's kind of really sad about it, that some of the negative attitudes we have about it make it hard for people who are suffering, who really just need that lifeline. They need that reason to not do it. They're afraid to talk about it because you're stigmatized. If you say, "Oh, I've had thoughts of hurting myself," you're gonna people look at you differently, and then they don't treat you. They either have scorn or they have concern in the wrong way. They kind of look at you like you're an odd creature. Although most of the surveys you see out there say that the number of people who contemplate it at least once in their life, it's a large percentage of human population.
It really, frankly, it should be, Joe, because anybody who's had any self-examination whatsoever probably has thought about it, at least entertain the idea as a what if.
Right. And so it makes me wonder, why do we have given the fact that we all, or most of us, will at least stare into that abyss at least once in our life, why do we have such a stigma? Because you'd think it's such a shared experience. It's not a shared experience, but it is in another way. It is the fact that we've, everybody's, the way that they've come to it may be different, but the experience of deciding, should I continue to exist, is something that most of us will have. So you'd think that we would have some empathy about it, but we don't. My only surmise is that it scares us. It scares the shit out of us. And so that we don't want to, I think there's a feeling that if we examine it and treat it like something that's worthy of contemplating, that somehow we're normalizing and making it okay. And I don't think that that's really the case either. Exactly, Rob. There are, we all know people that are, people who suffer from depression, whether it's, and that's the other thing too, is that depression, some of it's triggered by events and some of it's not. Some of it's just people have either chemical imbalance or past trauma that the trauma may be gone. Well, the cause of the trauma may be gone, but they're still suffering because the brain is not like the body. You know, I cut myself and eventually it's going to scab over and new skin is going to grow and the scab's going to fall off and that will basically be okay again. And the brain doesn't necessarily work that way unless, you know, it needs some form of treatment. Whether
well, trauma,
it's
by definition, trauma replays itself over and over in your brain. That's why it's trauma.
Right, and that's, and you know, and the same thing even happens. You can see it with it's really easy actually with pets, because obviously like a dog doesn't have as complex a brain as we do as far for abstract thought, although they are capable of some abstract thought. So what ends up happening, just say a dog has a negative experience with anything, some object. If they see that object again, they immediately start reliving the trauma and they get anxious. Even if nothing bad happens,
triggered.
It's right. They are already triggered, and it actually reinforces their anxiety because they're like, "Oh, every time I see this thing, I feel anxious." So it kind of feeds itself. You actually have to, you know, take positive steps to break that association with the object with trauma. I got a problem now with Molly. You know, she's afraid of thunder. And she's now associated the sound of rain with thunder. So just even when it rains, she starts to get anxious. So, and our brains they're more sophisticated, but the base stuff is still the same. So, you know, I think that if we were to find a way to get to the point where people could say, yeah, I'm not feeling so hot about continuing, that they would be able to seek out treatment and we would be more accepting of them and we'd help them get treatment. There'd be a lot less, you know, not just a lot less suicide, just a lot less violence. Because look at like we usually separate suicide when it's just a simple suicide versus when someone kills others and then commits suicide. There's still suicides. There's a one acted outward in addition to hurting themselves, and then one only acted inward. But if we could deal with that problem, there'd probably be fewer murder suicides as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We are terrified of death. We are terrified of being broken. And I mean, I have my perspective, so I'm always sort of going to blame it a little bit on the sort of economic conditions, material conditions that we have, that maybe it's Calvinist, but we're sort of trained to be effective cogs in the machine. And if we're defective cogs, then our status in society goes down. We're immediately thought of as, well, maybe this person is not reliable. And so there's sort of the person who is experiencing problems is sort of shunted to the side, and already they've lost their chance to be in sort of the high status forwardly mobile or upwardly mobile group of people. At least sort of that's the mythology that we're dealing with, this idea that if we stumble on the treadmill, then we're going to just be ejected, and it's going to be somebody else who gets to, you know, go ahead and get to have the good life. And because we have this very competitive attitude, we also shun anybody who might be a little bit broken, because maybe it's contagious, maybe it'll infect us and we'll also be, you know, somewhat broken. We can't afford that. There's no margin for us.
And that can be as simple as you're in a brilliant, and that can be really simple. Like you're in a brilliant mood and you see your buddy or whatever, and they're like in a shit mood, and you're like, oh man, I don't want you to bring me down. So you make an excuse and you travel on. Rob, you've been waiting for ages to say something, so I'm going to hand you the mic. No? Okay. But yeah, a lot of it I think comes down to that. I think an awful lot of it comes down to, and what Precambrian Lullaby was saying as well. Or no, maybe it was the Green Machine earlier, but there's the stigmatizing that comes along with not just suicide, but self-harm in general. You know, part of it comes from a lack of empathy, I think, and also part of it comes from this idea I think like Pre-Cambrian Lullaby said that you're supposed to just, we are conditioned to just, tough it up.
Deal with it. Yeah.
Get over it, come on, you can pull through. And, like more often than not, that's probably the case. It might not feel like that to the person who's experiencing the problem.
Right.
So it's a perspective issue an awful lot of the time.
Well, in that regard, I'm thinking about, I think we probably all know people who have committed suicide.
Yeah.
One that, well, there's a couple that hit me the closest, and one of them with people you probably know. Do you remember Northern Vox Media?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Do you remember the YouTuber Northern Vox Media?
I never was acquainted.
Okay, well, basically, he was younger guy, British, from Manchester, and he had some things go poorly, and he actually had reached out to me, a week or so beforehand, and I was in contact, and I'm trying to get him to get help and trying to do what I can, and then he ended up going ahead and doing it, and I mean, it's still to this day. I mean, I feel so often that I feel like I failed, and I think that's another part of it too. Because if we recognize it as a failure of our society, or maybe a failure in ourselves, that we either didn't notice it, or we didn't do the right thing, we didn't help enough, then some people get resentful because people don't like to recognize their own failings. They don't like to see, well, maybe some of this is my fault. Well, maybe I wasn't compassionate enough. Maybe maybe I didn't listen well enough. And it's, of course, it's easier to go from the resentful side the further away from the person we are, because again, now you're just looking at, it's almost, they feel like they're being pointed out a failing in the society that they allow, that they do nothing about.
Mm.
We're really trained, at least in our particular culture, and I don't even know about if it extends to the UK, but in America, this idea that you really need to husband your compassion as a finite resource. You're not supposed to dole out too much compassion or too much empathy because you don't have very much of it. And this is, I think totally untrue. I think that we actually can build our empathy. It's more like a muscle than it is a finite resource. And the
Right.
more we work with our empathy and really try and put ourselves in other people's shoes, the more empathy that we have in total, and we can continue doing that. And there's very compassionate people who are able to do that quite a bit. I think most of us feel a little bit of push-pull of exhaustion, just like you would if you work out a muscle really hard. And maybe you get to the point where you feel like overly tired. But in part, I think we've been in some ways conditioned to think of I mean, I see it all the time on Twitter. I'm not going to waste my compassion on that person or what have you. But I do recommend that people extend that compassion whenever they can, because I think we do build more of it.
Well, really, really quick before you go, Rob, I was just going to say in that regard, because we very much have a zero-sum game mentality. It's the same way we treat how we pay for collectivized services. The idea that, well, there's only so much to go around, which of course it's not a finite. It's not it seems like a finite resource, but it really isn't, because it's a renewable resource. But unfortunately, our mentality is that zero-sum game. If for someone else to get, someone else has to lose out. Is the mentality.
So why do so many of us have an emotional connection to R2D2 as if he's a puppy?
I don't know that I've ever had that.
Yes, you do. You do.
No, I've never seen him as a puppy. R2D2 is always one of the more competent members of the group.
Exactly.
he's not a talking or speaking member of the group, but he definitely, like, as much as there's sort of like cute little boops and bops, like he always struck me more. I don't know if you've ever played any of the Final Fantasy games, but there's always the inventor character who builds the airship. And he was always more like that. Like, if anything, R2D2 is a very old, wise inventor guy. And, he's more of a dwarf.
It's not an accident, right? And I know this for a fact because I read George Lucas say this. But it's not an accident that R2D2 and C3PO are the only characters that make it through the entire saga, right? And R2D2 in particular is the only unchanged character in the entire saga. So R2D2 is, in fact, the hero.
I always saw him as...
He's the one that all the really hot Jedi want to have on their spaceship with them because he can fix the ship the best. He's the smartest droid. He's the droid with compassion. He's the droid with the memory. He's the droid that will get shit done when everyone else is fucking it up. He's the hero.
I always saw them as...
To Rob's point, the reason why, Rob, is because the thing about the sounds that he makes, the sounds are childlike. We were reminded of the sound of young children, even a baby. So it's the same way with a puppy. We kind of infantilize, dogs.
I never.
So you don't, Jack. You don't. It doesn't strike you that way, but it does a lot of people. They see R2D2 and they light up. And they light up more than he does. And they're like, oh my God, it's R2D2. I know I had that response to him recently, without, going into too much. I had that response to him recently. And I've noticed every time I see R2D2 appear somewhere in the Star Wars universe, I go, hey, it's R2D2. And there is an emotional connection to R2D2. And he is the most popular character in the entire franchise, the most beloved character in the entire franchise, and yet there is no a personal connection of any kind with him because he can't speak and because he's not a person. So it's hard but the only real connection is this emotional, like a puppy. He's like a puppy.
Like that, but I think you're exactly right. R2D2 is like super loyal, right? Like a dog. There's virtually nothing to not like about R2D2, right? Like a dog, So I can kind of see why people might make those associations, but it never occurred to me before.
Yeah, R2 wouldn't seem as cute if he had a death ray sticking out of his forehead.
Right, that's right. And so he's got an innocence about him, and even when his words are translated, yes, he's extremely competent. So he's kind of from that perspective, from what Jack is saying, yeah, it's almost like a weird dichotomy that on the one hand, he's like the old soldier, the old soul, but on the other hand, he is like a puppy. And then, it's not like, it isn't an accident. I mean, those little beep, 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 and it's comical. And again, it's very much like a child. We infantilize, and we don't infantilize him because he makes little cute sounds.
Yeah, it's just not been my personal experience. I came to Star Wars because I'm younger than all of you guys, so I saw Star Wars very, very young, and R2D2 always struck me as one of the older characters. And there's also sort of that Rosencrantz and Guildenstern aspect to C3PO and R2.
Jack, what's the first Star Wars movie you saw in the cinema?
I never saw any of them in the cinema.
Get the fuck off my screen.
Yeah.
No, I forget how
old
were you again?
In all honesty, I did finally. I think I saw Revenge of the Sith in the cinema, and that was the first one. But you have to understand, I was homeless until I was 9. We lived in a truck. We didn't see movies. I didn't go to the cinema. Like, the first movie I ever saw was E.T., and then I didn't see another one in the theater until like Back to the Future or something. So
Right.
like super rare as a kid.
Right,
And
Right.
I didn't actually get to see any of the Star Wars movies until they were like on TV, and then it was like a little black and white screen, and that was, after I was like 9 and we had an apartment and stuff. So
Yeah, I think
yeah, no, I came to media in general very late.
one of the first films I ever saw, it may be the first film, but it was definitely one of the first, was Darby O'Gill and the Little People. And
I vaguely remember that.
That actually scared the hell out of me because they had the banshee. So the banshee keens, and if you hear the banshees keening, you're supposed to die. And then they had some other, at one point the leprechauns are shooting, the king leprechaun shooting like fire out of his fingers. That shit's scary when you're like 4.
Right.
So the first Star Wars movie I saw in the theater was Phantom Menace.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, actually, I did see Phantom Menace in the theater. Yeah, I blocked that out. I'm sorry.
I saw the first Star Wars movie in the theater when I was 8, and I saw it 8 times in the theaters. The first movie I ever saw more than once in the theater.
Wow. I was 15 when the first Star Wars movie came out, and I saw it not on opening day, but the day after that. And it was like stupidly hot in Santa Rosa that day. It was like 100 degrees. And we had to wait for 3 hours to get to the front of the line for the next showing of the movie. So we waited for 3 hours in line from the end.
Damn.
And then didn't fucking get in. We're like 6 people in front of us, and that was at So we had to wait for the next showing, and this is before we had six of the same film in a multiplex. Back then you have the Star Wars in Cinema 1, and then you'd have another movie in Cinema 2, another movie in Cinema 3. You didn't have movie theaters with 10 fucking screens in 1977.
Well, and that's one of the big differences because obviously, Paul, you remember the long lines and obviously you were in them. But I remember seeing something about that, and I was wondering, like, well, how come movies don't ever have those ridiculous lines anymore? It's like, well, because Star Wars opened to like 2,200 theaters, and movies now, the big blockbusters open generally about 4,400 to 4,800 screens.
They literally start every half hour.
Right. So there's no reason for there to be a long line because there's plenty of seating. Yeah, I remember the near me, the movie theater had like 2 screens, and it was like, whoa,
I was surprised that did occur when Avatar came out, because I tried to take my parents to go see Avatar, and we couldn't get in. Everything was too long a wait. That's the only time in my lifetime I can remember that happening.
Well, plus now you can buy tickets in advance online, so there's no reason to line up. That's like every once in a while you'll see people lining up for whatever. It's usually iPhones or some other stupid thing, and I'm always like, why are you lining up? Because you can go online. I remember the last time I lined up for concert tickets was for Iron Maiden in the Meadowlands, and it was the place we had to line up for tickets was in I think it was in Patterson, and so we camped out overnight in front of this theater, and it was the first time I ever saw somebody draw a gun. So we're in line, we're taking turns, the guy who drove us, we're taking turns, like taking naps in his car. So there was a homeless guy there, and he's talking, and basically there was a couple young guys, kind of like, giving him a hard time, giving him the business. And the guy was saying how he was in Vietnam and he did this, that, and the other thing. And the guy's like, yeah, fuck you. You were never in Vietnam. You weren't a paratrooper, blah, blah, blah. So he goes away. Now I go and take a nap. I'm in the car, and I wake up and lift my head just in time to see this guy. He had come back in his BDUs, or whatever they call the uniform from them, with his M1911A1 on his hip. And he went over and he drew his gun and he said, "Oh," and I saw the unit crest. He was really, in 101st, and he's like, "Oh, really? I wasn't in Vietnam. I wasn't in." And the kid's like, pissing his pants. And actually, one of my fraternity brothers because he's one of the, there's these people that instead of running from danger, you have to go like meet it and like talk to it. So he went up to the guy and actually talked the guy down, so he wouldn't shoot the kid. But that was scary. That was the only time actually I've ever seen a gun drawn to like possibly being used in anger.
I've seen guns drawn many times, and I don't even want to have that discussion. Rob, are you going to say something?
So standing in line for a movie ticket or for I don't understand people stand in line for anything. For any, I don't stand in line. If I go anywhere, if I go to a fast food restaurant and there's 2 people in line, I get the fuck out. I go somewhere else. But I fuck you. I ain't waiting online. I don't wait online to buy tickets. I don't wait online to buy food. I don't wait online for anything because the world has
myriad options.
Well, yeah, it has myriad options, but it's also like it has configured itself that you don't need to. Like we go to every now and then we don't.
People going to food banks right now.
But a lot of those people actually, a lot of them do need to. A lot of them don't, though. I mean, there are other ways to do these things, but like we don't eat a whole lot of fast food. More recently, probably because of the pandemic, and I'm tired of cooking. But we don't eat a whole lot of fast food. But when we do, we even do the curbside pickup, where we park and they bring it out to us.
Right.
So I don't even order food anymore. Like I ain't waiting. It just isn't gonna happen.
I'm not a huge fan of waiting in line, but I have to admit I will do it if the attraction is suitable. Like when I was much younger, I'm so old, right? I can remember when Magic Mountain opened in Disneyland. Okay.
Wow.
And we stood in line we were there like the first month it was open, and the line for Magic Mountain, it's a 5-minute long ride, and you had to wait for 3 hours to get on it. But the longest lines I've ever stood in, and this is going to sort of dial us back to the previous conversation, and then I'm going to change the subject, guys. But the longest lines I've ever stood in, twice I've done this. In 1985, the Purple Rain tour was coming, and of course I was a huge Prince fan, so I went down at 10:30 at night to go sleep in front of the store where they sold the tickets in my town, Santa Rosa. And I thought 10:30 at night, anybody there. There's already fucking 15, 20 people in front of me when I got there, and I was pissed off. And I slept on the sidewalk. And this is like the 5th of January. So
shit.
It was hell, right? And I spent the night so we could get up at 9 o'clock in the morning to buy the tickets. And I can tell you for sure, I'm a fan of lots of bands. There's no other artist I would spend the night in a fucking cold sidewalk for, okay? Then in 2014, Prince was touring. He came to London just to do impromptu gigs. Literally, they would announce it at noon, and people would have to show up at the venue and wait till the nighttime for him to play. And I got a text from my roommate, who wasn't my roommate at the time, saying, "I've just heard that Prince is going to be at Ronnie Scott's in Soho. That's all I know. Good luck." And I looked at my watch, and it was like 1:30 in the afternoon. It takes me about an hour to get into London. If I leave right now, I thought I'm going to take a shower first. So I take a shower. I put on some clothes. I got my rainbow hoodie on, right? So I'm ready to go. I get there. It's like 3:30 in the afternoon, and I'm person number 389 in the goddamn line. I waited in line until 1 to 2 in the morning to see Prince. So I was there for like 11 hours. There's no artist. There's no other attraction. No movie, no concert, no nothing. Nobody. I would not do that for anybody else.
Okay, so Disney, yes, I'm going to wait in line for Disney because you don't have a fucking choice. If you're not going to wait in line in Disney, even when you get the Speed Pass, there's still a line.
Right.
They don't go. Airplanes, well, the only way to get on an airplane is the line, so that doesn't count. That's silly. Come on. Right. But like anything else, like even the grocery store, as much as I can avoid a line, I will. Sometimes if that means even walking around the store one more time until a line dies down, I'll do that because I'm not going to just stand there in a line like an idiot. Or I'll go to the service desk.
That's why we get our food delivered for that reason. Because I'm not standing in fucking line.
I'll go to the service counter, but I don't do it anymore because I quit smoking. But before I quit smoking, I would buy a pack of cigarettes at the service counter so I could check out everything at the service counter rather than go to the cashier. So I would buy cigarettes just so I can get out of the grocery store faster. But anytime I can avoid a line, I absolutely avoid that fucking line because fuck that.
Well, that's actually one of the reasons why I've always liked Indian food since I started eating it. But one of the reasons why it became my kind of go-to ethnic food, because like when I lived in Allentown, PA, I was there for like 3 years, a little over 3 years. There's not enough restaurants for the number of people. At least maybe there is now, but back then, in the late 90s. And I remember going to Red Lobster, and I got there 15 minutes after the place fucking opened, and they're like, "Oh, it's a 2-hour wait," And it was a lot of places. And I remember going to Outback once, and again, I got there like half hour after it opened, and they're like, "Oh, it's a 2-hour wait," and I'm like, "What are you guys giving away free blowjobs?" And even then, I'm not waiting 2 hours for a free blowjob. So
he says, "Are you giving away free blowjobs?" And I put my hand up, not realizing what he was saying.
So what I started doing, the thing is, there was never a line at the Indian restaurants. Even some of the Chinese restaurants would occasionally get a line, but there was never a line at the Indian restaurants because people hadn't really totally discovered Indian food. Like they all just barely made enough business to stay in business. So it was always like, oh, there's a lot too many lines. Go for Indian.
Cheesecake Factory. If I went to the Cheesecake Factory and they said it's an hour wait, I'll go somewhere else. If they say it's a half an hour, okay, so I'll stand outside for half an hour and whatever. But any more than that,
right? Because that's the thing. Basically, the line limit is for how long will it take me to get somewhere where there isn't a line. If it takes me longer than they're telling me to wait, I'll wait.
So we've managed to get like almost 2 hours into the live stream tonight, guys, and we haven't brought up politics at all. I'm so proud of everybody. I just want to give you a big hug, right? we can't avoid it forever, right? I think I'm gonna go to Joe and say, Joe, what's your hot topic for the week that's either rubbed you up the wrong way or made you happy to be alive?
Okay, well, as far as politics or just our non-politics?
Whichever, brother. It doesn't actually matter.
Rub me the wrong way is that there's at least two people whispering in Trump's ear. They're telling him, yeah, Deep Ashtray predicted what I was going to say. That they're basically telling him he should declare martial law, and he hasn't fired them or kicked them out of the White House, which means he's actually considering it. Now, thankfully, everybody else in the room apparently is like vehemently like, no, you can't do this shit. Stop it. Don't even talk this way. But the fact that he hasn't gotten rid of them tells me that he's at least considering it. And that's the case. So we now have people that are telling the president, you should commit treason, because that's what it is. You basically, subverting the Constitution and taking over by military force. You should commit treason. He's like, maybe, and yeah, he hasn't just said fuck no off the bat. So so right now, so anyone who before they said, oh, it was hyperbole when we said he was treasonous or said no, he is a treasonous motherfucker, and he has treasonous motherfuckers around him, and he needs to be marched out of that place as soon as legally possible.
Right.
And if he even hints at, if he says a fucking word about it in public, he should be arrested on the spot.
Yeah, there's anybody follow Seth Abramson on Twitter?
No.
He's been talking about, he's a lawyer, legal commentator, writes like ridiculously long threads, 400.
That's why I don't follow him. I know who he is, and I read a lot of his stuff, but that's exactly why I don't follow him.
Yeah. But he was talking about today that he's been saying for a while, and people are just sort of starting to believe it, that Trump has no bottom. There is no lowest point that he will go, and we need to understand that that's just like, if he thinks there's some chance of getting his own self-interest interests met, he will do that thing, and there is no moral check on any of his behavior, and we shouldn't expect that there's going to be ever.
If he thinks he can get away with it, he will at least try it.
Because he has gotten away with everything he's tried so far. That's why he thinks he can get away with it.
Right. That's why.
74 million voters.
Yeah, and that's the reason why I know there. Well, one, Biden better not pardon him, because that would be fucking disaster. But he's going to try to pardon himself. I don't think he has his ego will not allow him to resign and have Pence do it because he just thinks he can do whatever the hell he wants. He's going to try to pardon himself, and we should challenge that because we cannot allow it. Basically, it can't because right, so far we've failed as a republic. If the whoever who's the president can do whatever the fuck they want, and as long as they have enough political backers that they can get away with it, then we are a failed state. And we should not.
Right.
We should not proceed. We should not allow that to become normalized. Not for unity, not for any of that thing. We have to. We have to make clear that this behavior is not acceptable. And it's illegal.
I agree. I just want to say to what you said about the likelihood of Pence pardoning him or not if he resigned. My gal I mentioned that to my gal the other day, and she pointed out to me, and I think she was 100% right. Trump will not resign because if he does, it means he wasn't even a one-term president.
Good point.
Yeah.
And also, I mean, if he resigns and is pardoned, that basically means that he would also be admitting guilt. So he won't do that. So, and if he resigns, it's also a sign of weakness. There are too many negatives, I think, for Trump. Trump will not resign. It's just too many negatives from his perspective. He would rather go through the fight and lose than to walk away.
Right.
So, although I have seen, and I don't know if it's real or not, but I have seen that they are planning a Mar-a-Lago inauguration event where Trump is going to be and give a speech and accept the next 4 years as president.
He's himself up as a president in exile?
Yeah, basically, he's basically saying that his administration will continue for the next 4 years, no matter what Biden does, no matter what happens in Washington, that he will continue to be president, and his inauguration event will be at Mar-a-Lago.
It just reminds me of the guys who put on the Napoleon hat, you know? He's got the Napoleon hat on, he's got his hand tucked in his jacket, and he's going to rule his imaginary country from his insane asylum.
Right. Now the other thing too, and somebody else mentioned the Russia thing. So Pompeo actually came out and said, yeah, we're pretty sure it was Russia that did it. And Trump contradicted himself today. So somebody said, oh, that's odd. No, it's not odd. Those are his servitors. If anyone had a question whether or not he was a Russian asset, this to me, more than anything, when everyone else in his administration is pointing the finger at Russia, and there would be no detriment to Trump to saying that
it's China.
Right, yeah, but he's not even doing that. He's just like, no. So therefore, yeah, those are his servitors, and he's going to do whatever Vladdy tells him to do. So again, sedition, and this is treason.
It's not China or Russia. It's a 400-pound man in New Jersey in his basement.
I weigh 500 pounds against you.
Malcolm Nance shot that one down on Bill Maher's show about a year and a half ago when Trump first said, or a couple of years ago when Trump first said about the 400-pound guy. I think it was when he was debating Hillary Clinton. But yeah, because Malcolm Nance said, no, it's 300 people on an 8-hour rotation, so it's 24-hour-a-day operation in a warehouse where these people have dedicated, missions and blah, blah, blah. It's not one guy.
Right.
You can't do it. And this mythology of the lonely person, the lonely computer genius in their basement fucking pisses me off anyway. But that's a completely different topic. I don't want to go down there. But I hate that stereotype. I hate it with a passion.
Yeah, I mean, it's really grim. I mean, so, you think about it, we literally elected the Manchurian candidate in 2016. He literally is the Manchurian candidate. And whether or not he is a winning participant or a dupe, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter.
Yeah. So I just want to say I'm not the first person to say this sort of thing, but I mean, I know. I see constellations where there's only stars, but I think sometimes it's important to connect these fucking dots. Trump sacked all his people in the Defense Department. right after the election. He's already stacked the courts for the past 3 years of his presidency, right? He's openly called for politicians to be brave enough to do the right thing. Judges, be brave enough to do the right thing. Blah, 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 blah. He's openly called for rebellion. It's as simple as that. It's not, oh, I wonder if he's trying to have a coup. No, the coup is in full swing. We're watching it happen. There shouldn't be a debate about is this a coup or not. It's whether it succeeds or not. That's the only place for debate.
If you have to ask the question, the answer is yes.
Right.
I mean, it's one of those things. Am I drowning?
Glug.
Yeah, but Department of Defense, Trump, and yes, it's not over yet. We don't know exactly where this is all going to land. We have a pretty good idea because a lot of the institutions have survived, surprisingly, and that's because Trump has made a lot of mistakes. He's made a lot of tactical errors. I mean, I think his goal from the beginning, or at least shortly after the beginning, was, "Hey, I'm not letting this go. This is a good gig, and I can make this work, and I can stay here forever." And I think his errors were he believes that everyone is as corrupt as him. So when he put people into positions like on the court, he assumed I did them this favor, they're going to look after me.
Right.
No. No. That's the thing. I mean, like everybody freaked out about Judge Barrett, right? Well, yeah, she sucks. Yes, she's ultra conservative. But it doesn't matter what she said to him. And I said this weeks ago. Once she gets the position, she owes him nothing. And there's nothing he can do about it. I kept saying, like, look, people, don't worry about the Supreme Court. I don't think it's going to side with him. Well, but he put three of them in their place. Yeah, but he can't remove them, so they don't owe him shit.
Right.
So and that's what happened. That was one of his errors. And another error is the people that he put in the Department of Defense and the Pentagon. They're, number one, they're useless. Number two, they don't control any real power. The Joint Chiefs of Staff aren't with him, so it doesn't matter who he puts in place there. So he lacks the power that he thinks he has.
Okay, just that one point, and I want you to continue because I know you had more to say, but putting those people in place, you can shred a lot of documents and hide a lot of facts. Just saying.
Well, we do that. That was going to happen anyway.
With this administration, we have no reason to believe that they kept paper trails like previous administrations.
Well,
they came in knowing they were going to cheat, so they've been shredding.
We found that this administration is also highly incompetent, and he puts lackeys in who aren't very bright. So the thing is that they can shred all the physical paper they want. I don't know that they thought about their digital footprint because there's a lot of stuff you can delete stuff. Even you can delete stuff off a hard drive, but unless you do the right things, it's still there. So but the other thing too is that orders are always given. Ultimately, there is always backup, at least at the high level, because any order that's given that has to be disseminated down, they have to figure out a plan as to how to execute the order they've been given. So there's always record of it there. But you're right. Well, see, actually, to Paul's point, he was hoping that someone will do the quote unquote right thing. Ironically, they did. It's just the right thing is not what he thought it would be.
I mean, and talk about like documentation. There's a lot of digital stuff that they're either not going to know how to get rid of, or they're not going to have time to get rid of it, or they're not even aware of it. But as far as paper trails, I don't think there's going to be that much to begin with. I don't think they left much documentation to start. I mean, there's so much stuff is done kind of like under the table and dirty. There's no paper trail for that.
Just like the Nazis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean.
Oh, so I was just going to say what Joe was saying a minute ago about we were talking about this coup that we're watching happen in progress. And we talked a little bit about this last week, and I just put up on the thing. I saw on the news yesterday that Trump has made already $250 million with his, Stop the Steal funding campaign, and $250 million in 5 or 6 weeks. He can make $1 billion or more a year just pretending to run for president. I'm telling you, I'm not ashamed to admit it. I'm waiting for an act of God at this moment, and I believe in God.
I don't know that that's even a drop in the bucket when it compares to his debts, though. I mean, just what he owes to Deutsche Bank, like $250 million, might as well just be a raindrop. It's barely anything compared to what he can be pressed for. I mean, he's he's not getting out of most of his debts unless, of course, he does what Trump always does and just miraculously gets out of everything.
So there's a couple of things I wanted to say real quick, and one is Phoenix Writer saying about SCOTUS blowing off Donald Trump, and I was kind of guilty of saying similar things about how he can't touch them. I just got finished saying a few things like there's nothing he can do about it, but keep in mind that that's not really true. Like, there are rules. Our society is governed. Remember, I was saying this last week or the week before. A lot of our society is governed like an Honest John box. There are norms and there are these rules that there's no enforcement for, and that the checks and balances only matter if you care about them. The things that are meant to check your power and the things that are meant to balance those things out only have any power or do anything at all if you abide by them. So far, he has not. That's why our system has failed so badly to check his power.
Well,
so when
all his people who are defying their congressional subpoenas is perfect evidence of that.
Right, and when you say, well, hey, SCOTUS blew him off and he can't do anything about that, well, he can. If he can find somebody in a position of like law enforcement to walk into the Supreme Court with weapons and remove justices he does not like by force, and to say, oh, well, he wouldn't do that. Yeah, he would. He would. Just last night they were talking about having a military coup. Absolutely, he would do that. So to say that he can't, yeah, true, he can't by the Honest John box system that we use. But can he in reality? Sure. Lots of things. Will he?
This idea of a military coup from within the government itself. I mean, what does that look like?
It looks like the military.
I can't imagine it being successful. I mean, I can imagine ways it would look, but in every way I can imagine, it's half-assed and incompetent. And I have so much trouble seeing like an actual mobilized, literal army, that he would need in order to actually accomplish that. The only
and you live in Portland, where you just saw it happen like 2 months ago. I mean, he had clubs in your city. You know what I mean? Isn't that what it would look like? Wouldn't it just look like a whole bunch of people strapped to the fucking shoulders with fucking gear, marked but not marked? You don't know if they're really cops or really soldiers, or if they're just fucking boogaloo boys dressed in their camos, I think that's what it's going to look like.
And it wasn't that successful in Portland. Like, as much as Portland has been an ongoing sort of back and forth between, protesters and counter protesters, or Black Bloc and Proud Boys, or whatever, like, it's still really small scale. I know I keep saying this. I know it's this giant national news story, but in Portland, it's a tiny thing. It's a couple of city blocks, and it amounts to essentially gang warfare between the cops and anarchists, and Proud Boys and various other very ultimately small groups. We're talking about 150 people on each side of the conflagration. We're talking about, you know, a couple 3 city blocks, you know, that become these giant tear gas festivals. They
So
aren't actually like, I can't even imagine what it would look like in Washington D.C. It would be like the Lafayette Park incident,
Right.
but it's not sustainable. It's not a real. It's not an actual war. You know what I mean?
So, I mean, there are people, especially on the Trump side, who are calling for civil war. And they have been for quite some time.
Yeah.
Now, I read something on Twitter earlier, which I thought was brilliant. It was just like, 'cause I hadn't thought of this. The Civil War, the actual Civil War, the war, the war of Northern aggression. The actual Civil War has poisoned the way that we view the possibility of a civil war. The Civil War was clean, clear-cut boundaries. There were borders. It was country against country. There were uniformed, regimented militaries that faced each other. That's not what real civil wars tend to look like. A civil war today would be people killing their neighbors. Going down to the local grocery store and shooting anybody that had, proud to be a Democrat bumper stickers. That's the kind of stuff they're talking about when people say civil war. It isn't a militarized style, the Civil War. War.
And actually, what they're really talking about wouldn't even qualify as a civil war. It would really be an insurrection.
Right. Well, as I've talked about before, like we've had more than one civil war. Like we talk about the single 4-year period, 1861 to 64. But like there's been other incidents, where we have mine gangs versus Pinkertons, and we've had at least 3 fairly large sustained internal conflicts in this country that don't really ever get talked about. And so we could absolutely see something that is more like those than what we think of as the Civil War.
Right. And that's a lot more like the Lafayette Square, because again, those were basically private army.
Right. Now the thing about it is what the Lafayette Square, or what Portland for that matter, amounts to is a civil conflict. It's certainly a battle or a skirmish. But even still, like here in Portland, as rough as the Proud Boys have sort of tried to make things, every side has remained pretty restrained. Like the cops haven't actually killed any of the protesters. The protesters haven't. There was one Proud Boy who was killed by what we think of as maybe somebody connected to Antifa. And then, of course, Donald Trump sent in federal cops to execute that guy. Those are certainly deaths, but we're not actually talking about like warfare. We're talking about what amounts to, civil conflict and skirmishes between ideological opponents who are all still at this point remaining pretty restrained. Like nobody's actually brought out an AK-47 or M16 and fired into a crowd yet, fortunately.
So I wanted to address a discussion that's happening in the chat where Badger says that he's not convinced that our Civil War actually truly ended. And Deep Ashtray said it ended. And it did. It did. But I think I'm going to differ here. The North lost. On paper, yes, it was the South that lost. The reality is, though, no, that the North lost. Because the Southern culture was permitted to propagate. It was permitted to spread throughout the country. There was Jim Crow and a lot of things that the North gave up to keep the South happy. Actually ended up, although slavery slavery, as though slavery was ended, um, it was replaced with a legal kind of slavery, and the South was given basically everything they wanted as part of the compromise to keep the country together. The North lost. It really, I mean, if you look at it, the North lost.
Well, and that's one of the reasons why, a lot of Americans get angry when black people say, when the question is, well, when was America great? Or like when Michelle Obama said she was finally proud of her country. And it's like, well, yeah, because for us, it didn't. I mean, and I told you, even today, my relatives living in Alabama are still dealing with, there's stuff that happens that doesn't get recorded, and as long as there's no video of it that goes on, and even stuff that's been videoed that people still get away with, and it's not just Alabama, it's all over the South. And yeah, I agree completely. I mean, no, that's not true. Bullshit.
And not only is it not true, I mean, it's not really what I'm talking about. I'm not saying, the bigotry of the South was. I mean, like when there's a war and one side loses and one side wins, there's the spoils of victory. The North didn't get that,
Right.
And plus the North had planted troops in the South to keep order. And there was Reconstruction and that whole deal. And the troops were pulled out and the South was allowed to do whatever they wanted to do. I mean, we literally gave up our victory and handed the South what they wanted. It isn't about the bigotry of the people. I mean, it's about
it wasn't
empty victory.
It's right. It wasn't until the civil rights laws of the 60s that things actually changed. So the idea that certainly there were people that were bigoted in the North, and there still are, but I'm so sick and fucking tired of false equivalences, and I really wish people that are supposedly in the atheist skeptic community would stop fucking making them. They're not. It's like it's a matter of degree, and that's always been the case, and we know that why, because slavery was outlawed up here long before it was even an issue, down south. So, and you think about it. Really, that the backdoor slavery was only outlawed in 1964, 4 years before I was born. So, yeah.
Slavery is still legal if you count what's going on in the prison system right now, but that's a totally different conversation.
Right, and that's all part of that too. And that is again one of the other compromises. That's why the 13th Amendment reads the way it does. So then you had the black codes making a ton of things illegal and specifically calling out like black people can't do this or it's illegal.
I mean, a lot. I mean, the Civil War was bloody. I mean, a lot of blood was spilled for not a whole lot of gain. The South walked away pretty unscathed.
I don't know about
as far as
I personally won't go down the road of whether or not the North won, quotation marks, the war, but I think that obviously the 13th and 14th Amendment are fucking important, and the 14th Amendment protects people who aren't just ex-slaves and descendants of ex-slaves. It protects everybody. The 14th Amendment is one of the most important amendments after the Bill of Rights that I can think of. Certainly right up there with women's emancipation and all that. So yeah. Pretty important stuff. The 14th Amendment, I don't know. You could argue as well that the North lost the war because the North lost more soldiers than the South did, and that's very rare in history. Normally, who loses the most soldiers is the loser. But in the Civil War, that didn't happen, and that's because the North had the industry, and they therefore had more cannons and more ability to endure, and they had a constant influx of people coming in from New York who are getting drafted right off the fucking Ellis Island, and getting drafted and being sent off, Yeah,
I mean, the thing that bothers me the most about it is because I think what Rob's saying is there's a lot of truth to it, but also the fact that in spite of all that, in spite of getting what they wanted and basically being able to continue to treat black people like slaves, nearly like slaves for another 100 years, they're still resentful about the whole fucking thing. And even today, and that's why this idea of the New South I consider bullshit. Because if you're resentful that you got beat and you were forced to give up slaves directly, and how unfair that was. Fuck you forever. You're not, and there are people who don't have that attitude in the South, certainly, but there's still way too fucking many. There shouldn't be any. And
in truth, also, I mean, from the northern side, like Lincoln, I, I don't know, if it's just brainwashing and being 50 years old in America. There is a special place in my heart for certain presidents, Lincoln being one. But he walked all over the Constitution in order to win that war. I mean, he did everything he had to do. He took the country to the limit that the Republic would go to at that time to win that war, and still had it survive. He did what he had to do. But I mean, if some of that stuff today, we don't think a whole lot about it. But back then, the country was the makeup of the country was so different. The ideas of freedom and states' rights were completely different than they are now. Lincoln today would not be praised.
Well, the thing that's kind of bizarre about the Republican Party, and we all know about the party transformations, but like the Republican Party was formed specifically to have a stronger central government and to keep the country together. That's why it's Republicans. Like, hey, we're a republic. We're not a bunch of independent, we're not a bunch of independent states. We are, but only to a degree. That they had this idea of federalism that that there's a certain amount of things that have to be at the central core that has to apply to everybody. And this is the other thing too. Again, about right wing thought that really pisses me off. Right wing libertarians, not every of them, but largely, hate the 14th Amendment, despise it, and basically, if you think about the most important part is the Corporation Clause, which basically says that the federal Constitution is binding on the states. That's one of the most key elements of it. And if you think about it, how critical it is, and it's amazing that they forgot to do that in the first place. Because literally, I mean, because basically the First Amendment just says, well, the federal government couldn't make a law, favoring one religion over another, but there was nothing stopping a state from doing that. And well, what kind of teeth would it have? Would the Constitution really have without that power? And then they said, oh shit, that was a mistake. Okay, all you states, you have to, and that's really kind of a way those slave states persisted, because someone could easily look and say, well, you're denying people of your rights under this article and that article and that article, and you can't do that. Like, well, we're not, our state's not bound, right? We can't have federal slaves, but you can't stop, Tennessee from having, or Kentucky from having slaves. Oh no, Kentucky from the north, South Carolina from having slaves. And so that's why that was critical. But yeah, right wing libertarians despise that amendment.
I actually like in the 14th. I like that technically, and I've seen other people say this, and it's because of the 14th Amendment, that Pelosi can, if she wanted to, refuse to seat 126 people in Congress.
Right.
Because of the Clause 3 of the 14th Amendment. When they supported Trump's bid to overturn the election, that's it. They just gave up their seats.
And if she had the courage,
intestinal fortitude,
what I was going to say, if she had the courage, that would be a great thing.
Yeah.
Because why? Put it this way: if that same opportunity was handed to Mitch McConnell, he'd take it.
Oh, absolutely, 100%.
Well, that's why when obviously people saying that Biden should expand the Supreme Court and all this, and Republicans are acting all indignant, like, how dare you? We'd never do this, and like, bullshit. You have people in Congress who are like, maybe the president should declare martial law. Maybe the president should try to get the various states to throw out the vote because we don't like the result. Fuck you. Anything within the law at this point, if the Democrats have the power to do it and it's a good thing, fucking do it. And don't look back. And see, that's part of how they get away with it. See, the Democrats hand-wringing, like, well, should we maybe? I don't know. They might get mad. Fuck it. Just do it. And that's why Republicans get away with shit, because they're like, they're like, people say we don't like that, and they go, so, and they just
Nobody stopped us.
The 14th gives all persons born in the U.S. citizenship. It does more than that. It's one of the things that it does. Another thing that it does is it protects everyone within the boundary of the country, citizen or not. It protects you. It protects you as far as the Constitution protects you. You have constitutional rights, even if you're not a citizen. If you're an illegal immigrant, if you snuck over Trump's wall in the middle of the night on American soil, you are now protected by the Constitution. If you're on any American soil, it's not even has to be one of the states. If you're on an American territory,
you're in Guam,
right?
You're in Guam.
That was the premise behind Guantanamo Bay, was so that the 14th Amendment wouldn't protect people that we were keeping there.
So there's that. Also, another thing that it also does is it basically says that if any person who is elected to office has basically is a traitor, that they can basically be denied their office. So I mean, the 14th Amendment says a lot of things. It's an extremely important amendment. It is probably one of the most important amendments after the Bill of Rights, like Paul said. I mean, it's an amazing amendment that touches everything. It's a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful amendment, and it's really hard to simplify it because it covers so much ground.
Well, I was just checking because I thought what Jack said. So actually, Guantanamo Bay is U.S. territory under the treaty from 1903.
Right, but the 14th Amendment was the reasoning that was used to justify putting.
I'm sure
the reason.
Well, I'm sure that's why they wanted to do it, but the problem for the people who thought of that is that it's still U.S. territory, so the U.S. Constitution still applies.
Right.
According to the 14th Amendment, 14th gets a lot of battering, though, depending on who's in charge and who the majority is. I mean, they've been attacking the 14th Amendment because of immigration for years.
Well, also the Interstate Commerce Clause, I believe, is in the 14th Amendment. And that's another one that
I'm not super familiar with it, but I know what you mean. Like the 14th or the Interstate Commerce Clause is what's used particularly in the drug war and things like that. Like it's been a tool in both directions for good things and bad things.
Right. Well, yeah, and that's actually, that is one thing that liberals in general have been able to use and say, okay, this particular thing, because it does involve commerce over state lines, is something that Congress can regulate, can do stuff with, to much to the chagrin of the right wing.
The 14th Amendment, is that the one that protects gay marriage? That's where if one state makes it legal, then all the states have to recognize that legality, and then once enough states recognize something, it goes past the tipping point where all states then have to not only recognize it, but it's actually legal.
The 14th Amendment underpinned the Supreme Court decision about allowing same-sex marriage to go through.
Well, and that's why, as much as DOMA was fucked up and wrong, but it actually opened the door to the ruling that we got, because it basically gave states leave to enact their own marriage equality laws and not worry about whether or not it was going to get overturned by federal court.
Well, as soon as Massachusetts legalized gay marriage, it put the rest of the country on the path to legalization, whether they wanted it or not. Because at that point, every state had to recognize marriages from Massachusetts, or they had to be in violation of the 14th Amendment, or end up basically withdrawing from the entire thing and not recognizing any marriages from Massachusetts. Right. So it became a mess. And then that was the original game plan for gay marriage, was to go state by state. And then once you reached a tipping point, it wouldn't matter what the federal government said anymore.
The same as they're doing with marijuana legalization right now.
Right.
I kind of wanted to draw back because we kind of meandered a little bit, which is fine. But really, there's the impending civil war merits more discussion.
No, here's the thing. It is no, because you're right. Because here's the thing. It is absolutely terrifying, but at the same time, it's like I can't see Trump being successful at this. I mean, so many parts of our
Success doesn't matter. It's like it doesn't matter whether I die of COVID or not. I don't want to get sick for 5 months. You know what I mean?
yes, yeah. But that's so many parts, so many portions of our because like our institutions, all of them, have failed to some degree or another throughout this entire thing. None of them have come through uninjured. Every one of them have strained under the weight of Trump's administration. But for the most part, or I should say at least in part, some of them have mostly survived. The judiciary, which I thought would crumble, did not. As much as he tried, and he planted so many people in the courts. He played with the courts and tinkered so much, and no, the courts.
And that's to me what's actually been the most satisfying is when Trump appointed people are like, no, get this shit out of my court.
The courts holding up has given me so much hope. I mean, it really has.
The other thing, I'm not as worried about. I mean, I don't want it to happen, and I would be very upset if it did. But I'm not worried about so much about impending civil war because Trump has been beating the war drum since actually before the election, and so far, other than literally a handful of people, it just hasn't happened. We were worried about we were worried about armed people showing up at the polling stations and threatening people. That didn't happen. We were worried about afterward. None of the predictions have happened, thankfully, because I just don't think that. I think at some weird level, as much as people are like cult-like and following Trump, there's still, there's no depth for him, but there is for most people. Thankfully.
But you're making a point I've been making for the whole time Trump has been president. I mean, he's always planned this. There's ample evidence in the public domain that this is always his plan. He hoped he could win honestly and legitimately, but if he didn't, winning honestly and legitimately, that was his plan B.
Yeah, that was a bonus for him.
That was his plan B.
So, yeah, you can go.
No, I was just going to say really quick.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Jack.
Well, you can go back to the Obama years when he was trying to foment, insurrection of various kinds before he was even running for president officially.
Right.
So, like stirring things up has just been a part of his psychology. Go ahead, Rob.
I was just gonna say, and that's why I was like, "No, go, Jack. You can say what you have to say," because what I had to say was real simple. What Joe was saying is spot on because I think a lot of people, no matter how much they love him, no matter how much they idolize him and put him on a pedestal, at the end of the day, they love their country more. And for a lot of these people who had been out there with signs and hollering and screaming and saying that they're going to fight. When he lost the election, they said, "I love my country more."
Okay. I have to, Joe. I'm sorry. When you say they love their country more, man, would I love to believe that. I would love to believe that, right? But here's the thing: there's an entire class of American patriot that is alien to my thinking. Because how can you say you love your country and/or call yourself a patriot? How can you say you love America if you don't love Americans?
Well, I mean, here's the thing, though. I mean, I love America, and I don't love all Americans. So.
Well, nobody loves everybody, Joe. Nobody.
But Paul, one of the aspects of a patriot, right? One of the defining aspects of, or probably the defining aspect of a patriot is they love their country and want to correct its flaws. Right? They want to make it better. That's why a patriot, I love my country so much, and I recognize it's fucked up and that it's broken, and we can fix it and make it even better for everybody. That's a patriot. A nationalist loves their country because they love their country, and there's nothing wrong with their country. And if you say there's anything wrong with their country, you should be put in front of a firing squad and killed because you're obviously a treasonous motherfucker.
Right.
So I think a lot of people don't agree with me, Joe, and Jack, right? And are very conservative and very right wing and have very different ideas of what they think society should look like. Love their country the same way that you and me and Joe love our country. They're patriots. They say, I love my country and I don't like gay people. And I don't think gay people should be allowed to get married because it's unnatural. But I love my country so much. And I think that people who think like me should be in charge so we can fix what's wrong with my country. They're patriots. They are patriots. They are.
Right.
We just disagree about fundamental things.
Right. Yeah, they have a fucking view of what's actually wrong and how to fix it. But yeah, see, and that's the thing. Because I think everybody, deep down knows. It's like if you break the seal, if political violence becomes acceptable, then it's whatever I do to you, you could do to me. And I think we all know that, and that's the reason why. Because I every once in a while, when any president we've had, practically every president we've had, there's always somebody who thinks that president's so horrible, and they go. And I've literally heard for every single president since I've been aware of presidents, someone said that I'm surprised he hasn't been shot. I've heard that about every single president from Reagan on, and Reagan was shot. Although it had nothing to do with politics really, but the thing is that. The reason why it doesn't is because to give into that means, well, if it's okay for me to kill that politician that I don't like, it's okay for other people to kill the politicians I like. And then that's chaos. So I think that, and plus the other thing too with right wingers, and this nationalism in general, nationalism is a very insecure love because someone who, if you love your country, and you said, someone points out, hey, here's a problem, there's a problem. Your response, right, should be like, well, how do we address it? Is it really a problem? And if so, how do we address it? But somebody who's insecure, they want to, no, you can't say there's something wrong. That because it's almost like they're trying to convince themselves how patriotic, and that's why the people who, they drive around with 15 flags on their truck, and I always want to ask people like that, like, are you trying to convince me or you?
Right.
One flag, you don't even need any flags to convince me that you're patriotic, and 15 actually makes me start to think that you're not too sure of yourself and you're trying to,
The Lincoln Project, Phoenix Writer, I think the Lincoln Project is a really good example of what I was talking about. Yeah. Those people, I don't agree with them on project. I think they're awful people. I also think that their video and ad campaign was useless. I really do. I don't think they made a whole lot of a dent. But I believe wholeheartedly that those people are patriots who love their country, and they did whatever they thought they could do to make as much of a difference as they could make to get rid of Trump. I disagree with them fundamentally on very important things, but they're patriots, and I respect them. I don't like them, but I respect them for that point of view.
Oh, speaking of which, one thing I saw this morning, actually, Steve Schmitz, who is the founder of the project, has changed his registration now from independent to Democrat.
Yeah, and I have a problem with that. With that.
I'm with Rob.
the Democratic Party as a party is already too conservative. So now if we're going to have a stream of conservatives becoming Democrats, all we're doing is pushing the Overton window to the right. It doesn't need
especially because they're all establishment conservatives who are already in the machine.
Now I respect the fact that they're doing it and why they're doing it. I get it that Trump is that poisonous that they need to turn tail and run, but they don't need to run to the Democrats.
But here's one thing though that I've noticed. Just even listen, particularly with Steve Schmitz, for instance. Even in this process of being anti-Trump, some of his positions have actually changed. And I think about myself, like, I am more to the left now than I have ever been, because first, like people like, George W. Bush, and actually how Reagan, that whole slide of the right-wing presidents has pushed me further to the left as I see right-wing policy do what I consider to be harmful things. and it makes me revile against those, and so then it's actually made me more liberal. I was more centrist 20 years ago than I am now. Now I'm not as liberal as you guys, but I'm further to the left than I've ever been.
Congratulations, Joe. Let me give you a hug.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay, so
I want to say real quick, just because I don't think it's been touched on, which is this is still a country of 328 million people, and I sort of tried to get to the heart of it when I'm talking about the Proud Boys, conflict here in Portland. Is like Oregon has a long history of white supremacy. Oregon has this, it was officially a state that black people weren't allowed to buy houses in. The entire state, it was built as sort of a white utopia in its inception, and many of those laws stayed on the books. We got rid of the last one in like 2006 or something like that. It's a deeply white supremacist state, and yet if you gather every single white supremacist who's willing to bash heads, against every Antifa, you only get a collection of a few hundred, or maybe, like, if you really pulled them all out of the woodwork, you've got 1,000 people in Oregon. And many of those are traveling from Idaho or Northern California or Southern Washington. So we're really not talking about that many people who are really going to pick up arms and get into a bloody conflict, especially with, and I know it's been said a million times, a third of them, almost half of them are pretty out of shape. So that's it.
Real quick, I just wanted to respond to the ridiculously stupid thing that Brock said. Because it's even for Brock, it's up there with this.
Yes, I've been trying to get it.
So we literally have been saying the opposite, but because Brock is a demagogue who just wants to throw spitballs and not actually engage in a real meaningful conversation whatsoever, he says that we're actually justifying political violence. When we literally said the opposite, and we're saying why we think it hasn't happened, and we're glad that it hasn't happened. So, Brock, once again, you render yourself irrelevant. I will not reference you for the rest of the time we're on tonight. Bye.
Okay, so a couple of things. First off, political violence is kind of a hallmark of this country. It is a sad and pathetic stain on our history and our legacy. We are a politically violent country, have been since day one. I mean, the folks in Boston, the Boston Tea Party, I mean, they stripped those people down, the guys on the ships. They stripped them down, and they literally tarred and feathered them, and carried them through the streets naked, covered in tar and feathers. We are a country, birthed out of political violence. What we do, we fought an entire war over an accounting disagreement. It is what we do. That's number one. And number two, no one on this panel, I recall, ever advocating political violence against the right wing. We mostly have talked ad nauseum about our fear and concern about political violence directed towards people like us. So to even say anything close to what you just said, Brock, is the biggest pile of horseshit ever.
Right.
Ever.
So there's another thing.
I also want to say
The biggest pile of horseshit this week.
I also wanted to say.
No. I think this is actually like leads in
it's up towards the top. I also wanted to say, though, I think it is vitally important to the health and the welfare and the future of this country to have a healthy, vibrant, sane conservative party. I think we need it. I think that a one-party control or one dominant party is suicide for a country. We need a conservative party. We need a conservative party that is in touch with the actual people and actually give a shit about governing. And we haven't had that in this country for at least 2 decades.
Well, that's right. Because what passes for conservative right now are right-wing radicals. They are not actually conservatives. The last conservatives was like, I remember Phil Graham, like, trying to like have a balanced budget amendment. That was, in the end, that was 25 years ago.
Well, I mean, I'd say the Democrats are the conservative party. We've got a conservative party and an absurd right-wing party. And then we've got a small scattering of maybe sort of center leftists. But yeah.
Jack, you just gave me an idea. So the right wing, they're the observatives.
Yeah. But I mean, one thing I want to point out, because I troll Parler a little bit and look at what they're saying, and they are being very explicitly violent over there, talking a big game about what they're going to do and who they're going to kill and all that kind of stuff. But the thing is that conservatism is an inherently fearful position. It's based in fear. It's based in the concern about change. It's based in fear of the future, fear of the other, all these other things. And that can result in somebody doing sort of a preemptive attack if it's like at a fever pitch enough. But like the thing that I see on Parler and conservative platforms is they're waiting for us to attack them to justify a counterattack. But that's not where the left is coming from. We're not
ever since
them.
Right.
I mean, ever since Ronald Reagan did away with the fairness doctrine. Ever since then, the conservatives, the right wing in this country, has been being fed a stream of bullshit from people who are using their fear and their insecurities to profit. When you keep telling people that the Democrats are coming for your guns, and then you tell them they're coming for your kids because they want to teach them about gay sex in school. The Democrats are socialists who want to take away your choices. And now, the Democrats want to give you a vaccine that's got a microchip in it so they can influence what you buy and where you go. Yeah, you're going to want to take up arms. Absolutely. I would. I'll shoot a motherfucker. Yes. Yes. But I mean, as you and I know, it isn't true. It just isn't true. But these people are fed a constant diet of this stuff. They don't watch anything other than Fox, OAN, and Newsmax, and it's just pumped daily, constantly.
There's a meme going. There's a meme going around on Parler that is like this long copy pasta of all the things Biden's going to do to conservatives. And it is just like the longest list of the most absurd, outrageous, like anybody with 2 brain cells to rub together could see that this is ridiculously, liberal or leftist for Biden. It's just not even in the realm of reality. But anyway, sorry, Joe.
The big irony to me about the way, that right-wing reactionaries, because you're right, they're extremely fearful. But they talk tough, and they're the ones that run around, I got my guns, and I'm tough, and I got camo, and I gave myself a rank, and all this kind of shit. And it's like, dude, that's not a sign of your bravery. That's a sign that you're fucking petrified of the world and of people that, anybody who's not exactly like you and doesn't have the same religion and not the same skin color, from, speak a different language than you, you're petrified of them. And and think about it, Obama talked about how they cling to their Bibles and their guns. And what did they do? They got angry and they went out and bought more Bibles and guns. just to prove the point.
Shadow. By the way, Shadow, misinformation. Yes, it's misinformation. The problem with that, though, is misinformation is too weak of a word. Misinformation doesn't even begin to cover what's been happening. Misinformation is if somebody whispers in your ear that somebody was about to, steal your cookie, and they're not going to. What the right wing media has been doing in this country for the last 30 something years is so much worse and is so much more dangerous. The condition that our republic is in today is mostly because of Fox News. Fox News has been the most harmful thing this country has ever
and
endured.
FM radio.
Yeah, the proper word for it is lies. The proper word is lies. Like disinformation, that's another soft language. It's just call it what it is, lies.
Well, disinformation is beyond lie, because disinformation has a purpose of giving you a predetermined and
incorrect information,
desired point of view. A lie just tries to get someone out of trouble or whatever. Do you know what I mean? I mean, it is a lie. It's more than a lie. It's a sophisticated lie with intent behind it. I think it's important to recognize. I mean, we obviously everybody's probably seen on the news that we had a big cyber attack, and they assume it's been Russia and blah blah blah. And going to what Rob was just saying a moment ago, we talk about cyber warfare, but no one really. I've never heard the word cyber civil war, and I think we've been going through cyber civil war for some years now.
Right. Well, and you've got the Flynn, whatever, ex General Flynn, or talking to his digital soldiers and like really creating this, or helping create, or fostering with the QAnon people and the guy who started the Chan boards, this idea that they're all part of this digital army going out to like, meme the other side into whatever, into the gutter. And I mean, it's funny on some level, like the ironic aspect of meme wars, but it's also, it does create the culture that we have now, a very toxic country where we don't have real easy ways to have good level-headed conversations with each other in order to de-escalate the situation. If we're living in totally different, fear-based bubbles.
I have to take you to a deep ashtray again. Please stop with the false equivalences. I'm going to call you out every fucking time you say it.
Okay, here's Joe, I was going to address this. You're talking about when you said tribalistic bubbles, right? Okay, all right, yes. I want to address it, though, like actually address it. I agree with you. Yes, it's a false equivalency. Okay, so yes, the entire system is created so we all stay within our tribalistic bubbles. Yes. Okay, but the the tribal bubble that I'm in is rainbows and kittens and fields with flowers and puppies and raining marshmallow treats. That's the tribalistic bubble I'm in. But there are people out there, because of the media that they consume, that their tribalistic bubble is that people who like rainbows and puppies and raining rainbow treats are crazy and deserve to be killed. That's their bubble. My bubble and their bubble are not the same thing, and they cannot be seen as equivalents. Some bubbles are just dangerous fucking bubbles that deserve and need to be popped in order for the greater good to continue.
And by popped, let's be clear, we're not talking about violence. We're talking about the intrusion of reality into the
bubble. Yeah. Well, and to that point, I mean, one thing that's and I've said this before, but it bears repeating, that I disagree with people who say that things are different now. We're more in bubbles now than we used to be. No. Because there were a lot of topics way back when that were verboten, that they were basically considered topics you didn't talk about. So you didn't talk to your friends necessarily about politics or religion or all these things we're talking about. If you did, it was very superficial because no one wanted to do deep dives because that might get in the way of playing the chess game. But now we're on social media and we're all, most of us are out there pumping out everything we think constantly all day, and it's unavoidable. So there's I play a lot of strategy war games, because again, I'm even though I don't like the idea of actually going to war, but I like strategy games, and I'll
it's just games.
Various battles, just games. Well, a lot of people who play strategy war games are very right wing. So a lot of people I play with are very right wing. There was a time when that was it was I knew that was the case, and they knew I was more liberal than them, but it wasn't really something we talked about. But now, because we're constantly butting into that, because the bubbles overlap all the time, that basically it reached a point where the worst of them I can't deal with anymore, because I see what they post, and when they start posting shit that's like, that basically fomenting violence or spreading disinformation, all this kind of stuff, and some of the worst of it that's really, just like hateful stuff. And I'm like, at this point, what, fuck the game, because this person has such a fundamental difference in values from me that I can't tolerate being with them. I don't want to hurt them. I want them to have a happy life and all that, but I don't need to fuck with them. I don't need to be in their orbit, and I certainly don't want them in mine.
So, okay, a couple of things. Deep Ashtray. No, you didn't. That's true. Credit given where, yes, absolutely. You did not say that they were equivalent. But when you say things like, the system is designed to keep us all in our bubbles, while it's true, if that's all that you say, right, and there's no context and there's no nuance, and that's all that you say, it basically looks and sounds as though you're saying, or at least trivializing the whole thing it's all basically the same, we're just in different bubbles.
Right. Well, especially the first part, whether on the right or the left. So you basically say, I'm gonna bring up the left right divide, but I'm gonna say it in a trivial way that kind of implies, because I haven't used any qualifiers, that they're somehow equivalent, and that's sloppy language.
Yes, and I, like Joe, feel the need to point out that yes, media, the way that the entire system, all of it, it's designed, the algorithms and everything else, designed to keep us in our bubbles. But yeah, I think it's important to point out that the bubbles are pretty different. They're very, very, very different bubbles. So there's that. And Brock saying the tone deafness is breathtaking. Coming from you, absolutely, that is stunning. That is amazing. That is.
Well, I don't know if you saw the previous comment about projection, and I'm like, wow, it's like I think it sounds like he's talking into a mirror.
Okay, well, I'm saying my tribe is the good think, and theirs is the bad think. I never said good think or bad think, but I do know that my values are certain things, and I don't have a whole lot of people or a whole lot of information going through my bubble saying that other people need to die or don't have rights because of who they are. So I am not giving it a good or a bad. I'm just saying that's what my bubble says or does not.
Where this conversation started was with Jack when he mentioned his experiences on Parler and how they're talking about open rebellion on Parler and the violence and so on and so on and so on. And yeah, sure, there's some left-wing extremists who say stupid shit on the internet, sure, but I don't really hear the call to open insurrection from the left that I hear from the right.
I mean, the left, okay, yes, there are leftists that are out. I know a couple of. There are leftists who are out there, absolutely guaranteed. But the thing is the average leftist, people on the left, progressives, what they want really badly is for everybody to have a good meal, to everybody to have health care, to have chance at education. They want people to be healthy and happy and to thrive and to progress.
Everybody.
Addressing this idea of
the other side doesn't agree with that, and they actively fight against that while calling those people socialist, and saying that they're not American and deserve to be either expelled or killed. Now, those are the two sides. I am not going to place a value of good or bad on one or the other. I'm just saying those are the sides. I'll leave you to decide which one you think is good and which one is bad.
And I want to say to Shadow says both sides have extremes. Well, that's true. As I pointed out before, though, generally speaking, at least in the United States, the extreme on the left in the United States, the worst they do is usually property destruction, which is not good. It's bad. It's illegal, and you shouldn't do it. But the right wing, it's generally murder and killing people. And again, as I've said 100 times, I'll say 100,000 more times. If you can't distinguish a moral difference between destroying property and killing people, then you are morally bankrupt. And that's the whole thing. And that's why I got angry last week with the conversation we were having. And I had to jump out because to me, because morality isn't about whether or not you should have lines. It's where to draw the lines. Because of course, yeah, if you decide to throw morality out, sure, you can do anything you want. That's the whole point. But that's what the whole point of morality is, saying, no, we need to draw lines because our rights butt up against one another. So where's the most efficacious place to draw those lines?
When, as I said last week about that, for me personally, my understanding of what morality actually is, in a nutshell, is anything that leads to suffering might be immoral. Right. It intentionally causes suffering. It was definitely immoral.
Okay, here's the thing, Brock, I will never address anything you say again, ever, because with that comment, clearly you guys aren't in a bubble. You've just proven you aren't listening to anything we're saying when we have said repeatedly we are all in our own bubbles. Repeatedly. That was the entire fucking point, you fucking idiot. You plagiaristic moron.
Right, yeah, you were literally...
We just talked...
Just pack your shit and go, Brock.
Going on Parlor. Like,
right.
We just had a long conversation.
I got $20 that says Rob mentioned Brock again.
Okay, so, but what I wanted to say before I saw Brock's ridiculous fucking comment was, I don't even remember now.
I want to address. I want to address something you said, Rob, about this idea of well, you were addressing somebody in the chat, good think and bad think. And we're not really talking about that. We're talking about compassionate think and fear think. You know,
right, and that's why I said, like, to Brock, I'll let you decide which one is good or bad. Because I think that says more about him than it does the ideologies. Which one does he think is good or bad? Like, I'm not assigning anything to it. Like, never, like, hey, my bubble is puppies and rainbows and raining marshmallow treats. I didn't say it was good. I just said that's what my bubble is. He's the one that assigned an opinion on whether or not it was good or bad. He assigned that opinion to me. I mean, he's correct. I do think that's good. But I until now, never said that was good. I just said that's what it was.
Right. Well, but it's funny that you go a whole diatribe about your specific bubble, and then he basically implying that you're saying that we don't have a bubble. It's like, motherfucker, he literally said, "This is my bubble." So yeah.
That, can we just say that's the end of Brock? Is that it?
No, we can't say that's the end of Brock. I'm sorry. I'm a begrudging fan of Brock, and I'm not actually a fan of Brock. However, I'm a fan of letting Brock participate because I've got that much room in my life, you know. And
all right.
He doesn't contribute anything more.
So I mean, Brock has said things over the years, and more accurately through this show, whether it's when the one or two times he was actually on, or through chat, that I agree with. I think I'm the only one, or I have agreed with him more, I think, than anyone else that's ever been on the panel. And I think if he's honest at all, he will say that is true. I just think he's fucking...
saying, so. I don't know the guy, but I hear two different people on this panel say this is the last time I ever address Brock. So that's why I'm asking.
You know, I mean,
I'm happy. I don't know him. I'm happy to not address him.
Yeah, I mean, because the thing though is he doesn't contribute, and he's been given many opportunities to contribute, and he doesn't. And the thing is, at least
I'll just point this out.
Well, let me finish. At least if he were to address what we were actually saying, we could actually have a dialogue. But he doesn't. It's very clear he doesn't pay attention, and his only purpose is to throw stones. And so I don't know why. I mean, basically, to be honest with you, Curtis is more honest than Brock is. Because at least Curtis is stupid, but at least he's addressing what we're saying.
But I would say Curtis, I believe, I think he's pretty damn racist. I think a lot of what he says, I think some of what he says is for show. I think some of what he says is not. And I do think he's pretty racist. I think he's pretty sexist. I think he exaggerates his own actual qualities to make himself seem more of a big deal so people pay attention to him. I don't think he knows nearly as much as he thinks he does. And honestly, Same here, though. I don't know as much as I think I do. I try really hard, but I think Curious does try. I think he puts on a front that he's not trying and that he's being a wise ass. But if you really pay attention to what he says in the comments, I think he really is trying. And that's one of the reasons why I don't really go off on him as much as I used to, because there, like I said, you notice things, you pick things up after a while, and you go, oh, okay. Yeah, he's not as much of an asshole as I thought. He's just kind of fucked up a little. But okay.
I'll just point out, as somebody who is pretty new to the show, and I've only been on a handful of times. I think this is the 5th time that Brock has been able to hijack the show while not actually being on the show.
I actually said something before to Brock, or about Brock, where I basically had said, I'm the only one, or I am the one on the panel who has agreed with his positions more than anyone else has ever been on here. And if he's honest, he will say that that's true. It is true. And he didn't. He said true colors, baby, shining through. Fuck you, dude. Just can't you be honest about something?
I think he's an effective troll because he keeps getting you to respond to him.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Because like I said, when he was actually on the panel, we actually had a good discussion. But he doesn't have the, he's a coward. So
anyway, so guys, the vaccine, right? Hands up. You gonna take it?
Hell yes. I got way too many comorbidities to fuck around. Plus, the fact is that basically, I mean, if you're looking at the way this vaccine works with the messenger RNA, it's not a dead virus. It's not a weakened virus. There's nothing viral in it at all. It literally basically teaches your cells, hey, if you see this signature, kill it.
Right. It just attacks the protein around the virus, doesn't it?
Right.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm actually thinking, because I have so many comorbidities, I might be able to get it relatively early.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. The other day there was news that can't remember, 16 or 17 or 20 states or something like that are getting like 30% less or 40% less. Some states are getting 50% less than they were promised.
Yeah,
and I don't know. This is pure speculation, but I kind of think Trump is trying to punish Pfizer because for months before the election, he was dropping the hint that we might have a vaccine on or around or just before the election, right? And I think he had some inside information that it was going to be coming around about the beginning of November. And, Trump likes to exaggerate things. And so he was saying it might be before the election, to the point where I think he believed it himself. And of course, the Tuesday, I think, after the election was declared for Biden, Pfizer comes out and says, oh, yeah, by the way, we've got this vaccine. And I think it pissed him off. And I think Donald Trump is such a petty individual that if you piss him off, he's going to have to scorpion his way back and sting you in some way,
Right. Yeah.
I mean, that makes sense to me. That completely fits with everything we've seen from Donald Trump.
Oh yeah, because Trump doesn't actually care about getting the virus out to people. It was more about him getting credit for something. That's all. And once he failed to get credit in time, then it doesn't matter.
Well, he gets credit for 330,000 fucking
Don't do it, Rob. Don't do it, Rob. Don't do it, Rob. Don't do it. Don't do it, Rob. Don't.
No. I'm going to answer you. You said that he doesn't care about getting the virus out. No. You misspoke. He doesn't care about getting the vaccine out. He was fine getting the virus out.
He tried real hard.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's, and that's the thing. That's the thing that I find so distressing about the number of people who support him, because he doesn't even care about them. And if you look at all the people that he has worked for him and has stumped for him and taken all sorts of amount of abuse and put up with all the shit that he does, and then been a shield to cover his actions and all this kind of stuff. And the moment they're no longer useful to him, or if he feels that they're not being sufficiently loyal, he forget throwing them under the bus. He runs a steamroller over them.
He literally killed Herman Cain and then used his account.
he does it, and it's not just enough for him to fire people. He has to humiliate them and go, just do the worst possible things to them. So, and you would think like the first 45 people that it had to would be enough that the 46 would say, maybe I should, consider my options. Maybe the boss isn't going to cover my ass like I think he would. But it's like how ridiculous. And then when I see the people that are getting thrown under the bus now, like even Pompeo, or Barr. Look at Barr. Barr would not basically, went to the brink, to the edge of the abyss, and wouldn't step into it. And for that, he's now out of a job and got criticized and got humiliated. So, dude, you sold your soul, but you kept on to that last little bit, and it still didn't save you.
Trump didn't learn the most important.
Hang on. I just want to examine one point that Joe brought up at the beginning of his comment there, because you say the people that support him, he doesn't even care about them.
Right.
I think that's self-evident, right? He says so out loud. He said that when he was campaigning in Pennsylvania before the election. I wouldn't be here except for they tell me I have to be. I wouldn't be
right.
here. And he's like, he says, I love the uneducated and blah, blah, blah. I mean, he doesn't make any secret about it. So what I want to explore, guys, what's in it for them?
He normalizes all the worst things that they think and want to say. As simple as that.
They're just simping. They're just
I think there's a certain amount of truth to that, Joe. I think there are a number of people who support him because of that. He says the things out loud that they think. He hates the people that they hate. That does not account for 74 million people. I refuse to believe it. It can't. It can't.
Yeah. See, Rob, though, I feel like this is kind of like I remember the day after the election in 2016, when a lot of white Americans were like, this isn't who we are, and then black Americans are like, yeah, where the fuck have you been?
Yeah. Chappelle's famous SNL bit.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, but for the last 4 years, there have been a lot of people saying that this isn't who we are. You see on the media a lot, news media. Well, this is happening. It's happening. What have we become as a country? This isn't who we are. Or Joe Biden in some of his speeches saying, but that's not America. That's not who we are. And it's like, no, it is. It very much is who we are. So I was saying before about like political violence. Because that's not who we are. It absolutely is.
Think about this. In Stripes, in the movie Stripes, was what, 79? When Bill Murray's character does the speech, when they're in basic training before they do their little boom chugga bit, and he says, we're 10-1. Think about how many conflicts we've been in since then. Right. I think it's about 11. So we're literally like doubled the number of conflicts since 1979.
God, that's a sobering thought. Yeah.
I hate to do this, but I have to, and I'm sorry. And so I've already made myself a liar. I'm basically going to address Brock.
Please don't, Rob. Please don't. Please don't.
Really, you don't have to.
So
$20. I want my 20 now.
Basically, because we were talking about political violence, and so now I forgot what I was going to say again.
Sure, that's good. That's good. That's it.
Good. You don't need to go there.
He basically had said something earlier that he wants the same things that I want in my bubble, right? But he responded directly to me, which is, I think, kind of rare. He usually just throws out insults to the group. But he said that he wants the same things. At his side, they want the same things that we want. They just don't think that government is the avenue for it. And unfortunately, I would love to agree with that. But I think the fact that 74 million people voted for Donald Trump proves that the government is the only way we can do those things. Because most people, unfortunately, either are not in a position to make those kinds of changes or don't care. And that the only way to do it is through government.
Well, that's right. I mean, basically, and this is the problem with libertarian thinking in general. They say stuff like, well, if we cut taxes, businesses will pay their workers more, they'll hire more people. And every time we cut taxes, none of that happens because there's no incentive. That's the irony, because they're the free market guys, and they should understand all about incentives. Well, you don't incentivize somebody by giving them the money first and then hoping they'll do the right thing. You give them the incentive, say, if you do the right thing, we'll give you the incentive. That's how incentives work.
Right.
And yet, so here they are. They think they're incentivizing rich people by giving them back, letting them keep up more of their money. But when it comes to giving poor people money, they actually will say, well, that's a disincentive. So they talk about that cognitive dissonance that literally
They clearly understand.
Yeah, exactly.
Trickle down, the ideas and the concepts behind trickle down economics have been with us forever. But it really became a thing during the Reagan administration. And recently there was a study that said 50 years of trickle down has proven that it doesn't work. And there's really only 40 years of actual trickle down, the way we understand trickle down to work. There's only been around for about 40 years. It was Ronald Reagan and his voodoo economics. But it hasn't worked. I mean, the study is correct, and that it hasn't worked. It doesn't work. It can't work. The economies don't grow from the top down. They grow from the bottom up. And the only way to see the kinds of things, the kinds of changes that we want to see as a society, that Brock he agrees with, that he wants to see those things, is to grow our country from the bottom up. Until we start doing that, we're going to have these stupid, ridiculous arguments.
Right.
Just remember, UBI is technically a right-wing position, and I'm super in favor of a UBI, and I can't imagine why any right-winger would be against a UBI. So,
that would be rocket fuel to the economy.
There's common ground.
I've often wondered whether, I tend to have a lot of libertarian instincts for a person on the left, but I mean,
yeah, but you're like more of a social libertarian.
People who describe themselves as libertarian, though, I often wonder if what the conservative or libertarian sort of suspicion of government. There's certain things about that I'm down with. For example, I think we should be as suspicious of authority, full stop. Because anyone in a position of authority should be scrutinized. And, so it's just an obvious position to take. Having said that, to think that government is bad because government is bad, I think doesn't have to be that way. I mean, it may be true that government is bad, but it doesn't have to be that way. If your government wasn't corrupt and vitally, if they weren't funding this outrageously, gigantically overinflated defense budget and we're actually spending money on the people, if you were seeing the benefit for your taxes, you wouldn't mind paying them quite as much.
Right.
You don't see the benefit. You see them stomping all over the world, killing people who've never harmed you or talked to you, or it's hard giving that government your money.
Here's the one big problem with right-wing libertarian thinking is basically they conflate government and authority, because the government only has the authority we allow it to have. And so that's the reason why classical libertarians wanted a small military and as few police as possible, because those are the force arms of the government. So you take those away or you minimize them, and then now the government's not an authority, the government's a partner of the people because the government's from the people. That's the whole point. But the thing is that, and the irony of it to me is that right-wingers have this anti-military, anti-government thing, and on the one hand, they think they're anti-authoritarian, but yet they support the artifices of the government's power more than the left does. The left is even more. You're like, no, we don't want the military to go out there and be killing people. We want to have just enough to defend ourselves and maybe our allies, maybe, and that's it. So having a bloated defense budget actually even right-wing libertarian, but most right-wing libertarians now have become authoritarians in this bizarro world we live in.
So, what you had said before, Paul, about some of these guys like Brock, the government is bad because government is bad, and the answer to that is GIGO, garbage in, garbage out. If you don't want a bad government, don't vote for bad people.
Well, that's the thing, and again, I have zero doubt that Brock votes for people who are the ones running into your bedroom to see who you're fucking, and and all this kind of stuff. It's kind of crazy. See, that's the other thing. It's the whole elite. Again, there's only elites that we allow there to be so. Government has only the authority we give it. So we've given it too much authority. That's the one place I do agree with Brock. The problem is that you don't have to have. You can create government programs without giving the government authority.
Right.
They're not hand in hand. So if the government's got too much authority, it's because we let them.
Hi, Kazoom.
Well, we have a system of checks and balances, and we often remove the checks and balances, and it's often conservative administrations that are specifically removing it. The reason conservatives hate regulations is because regulations are checks and balances. They're the cops on the beat in many cases. Anyway, sorry. Hi, Kazoom.
Hey, Kazoom, how's it going, man?
Hey, going all right. How about you?
Well, see, I
didn't get to hear anything before this. I got up, made myself ready, and set up the camera and all that, and came in. So I just when I came in is where I heard the conversation. So
me and Rob were on here, just the two of us for a while. Then we had Jack, then we had Joe, and now we have you. So you've missed an awful lot of conversation about Star Wars and the Mandalorian. And you missed
conversations about the Mandalorian.
Yeah,
no spoilers.
Yeah, you missed conversations about the depression and suicide. So I suppose you're probably glad you missed all that, because that's not necessary. We talked about that for quite a while as well. And more recently, we've been talking about whether there's going to be a Civil War #2, what that's going to look like, and blah blah blah. And more recently than that, Brock successfully trolled the group for about 25 minutes.
Was he more again?
You like the government because it allows you to force people to live in a world you demand. I'm an idiot.
And the thing is,
I don't like the government. I want the government to stay the fuck away from me. I don't want the government to tell me who it's okay to love or marry or what I should consume or should not consume. I don't want the government to tell me it's good. I don't want them to tell me what's bad. I want them to tell me shit. What I want the government to do is to provide basic, essential infrastructure for me to live. I want them to take my tax money and do something with it that will benefit me and my family and my friends and their families. That's what I want. I understand, because we are a country of 50 states, a load of territories, and that we are 340 million people strong, that there are some things that can only be done by the government. There are some things that are so large and so encompassing and affects so many people that only the government can do it. And it is the government. It is the purpose of government, is to do things that we need as a society that individuals cannot or should not do, because there are some things that we need as a society that should not be centers of profit for very rich conservatives.
For instance, and this is one that libertarians always laugh when you bring up the roads, right? They always because there's a small number of the number of private roads in the world compared to the actual number of roads is minuscule, and a lot of those were actually built with government money and then sold to private corporations. But even the ones that were private were built privately are connected to government-built roads. So there was a market created by the government that now is getting exploited by a private company. So and back here in the United States, when companies had the opportunity when we didn't have a big road system. They had the opportunity to build roads themselves. They didn't. You know what they did? They went to the government because they said, hey, this is too big. The risks are too great. The funding is too high. And none of us can individually bring this together, and we can't form a posse to come up and figure this. We need the government to do this because it's going to benefit everybody, and that's the only fair way to do it.
You know what the funny thing to me is, sorry, Rob, just real quick. The funny thing to me is if you don't believe in a centralized government, the most obvious answer to that is collectivism. Yeah, do you know what I mean? Which
right.
is, you know, so
I don't remember seeing any legislation being proposed anywhere in this country, in any state, that basically locks people away for using the wrong pronoun. I didn't see any of that. Nobody's trying to force anybody to do anything. The argument from the left when it comes to certain things like with speech is that we're saying basically everyone in this country who is a citizen, and everyone that's here that is protected by the Constitution, they all have certain rights. And it is wrong and disrespectful to intentionally dehumanize somebody. So all we're doing is saying, please don't be a dick. And if that is too much for you to deal with, then you're the one with the problem. Nobody is trying to force you to live in a world that does anything other than respect other people. And if you don't like the fact that there are people in this country who are gaining rights that others in this country have had since day fucking one, and you see that as somehow an attack on your beliefs, again, you are the one with the problem, because your belief dehumanizes people who are your neighbors and your countrymen. You're the one with the problem.
Right. Plus the fact, as you said, no liberal is putting forth legislation to control somebody's speech. Because and actually, whenever someone's quote unquote canceled, that is the free market responding as the free market will do.
And it was,
as we've already discussed, it's neoliberalism.
It was the vice fucking president, the current vice president of the United States, right? This fucking conservative wingnut, the walking fucking Q-tip, who bashed people on television, who left a game because players expressed their opinion and utilized their constitutionally protected First Amendment right. And he was so offended by Americans expressing themselves that he had to leave. Yeah, but the left, they're the ones that are trying to force people, to live in the world. Yeah, fuck you. Get out of here.
Do you think there's anything that someone can say that to another person in offense? Do you think there is any sort of line of what someone can say to someone that should be illegal to say, other than obviously, death threats or something like that? But I mean, do you think there's anything someone can say to offend someone that should be illegal? I don't.
No. And the irony of it is, in some conservative states, Texas in particular, they actually have the concept of fighting words. There's actually, in Texas, if you say something beyond some kind of nebulous threshold, the other person has the legal right to commit acts of violence against you. That's fucked up. I don't believe that. I think you could, if you call whatever name you call me, you curse my ancestors and all that kind of stuff. There's nothing that you could say to me other than direct threats that would justify me committing violence against you.
And there are actually even conservatives in this country who believe in blasphemy laws. I mean, so it's just like, yeah, so much for the First Amendment all the way around. Let's just piss on the entire thing. Sure.
Hey Rob, your mic is so loud. Your mic is like 5 times as loud and distorted as everyone else's.
I should stop shouting.
So the thing is,
it's skinny too. Go ahead, Jen.
Oh, okay. The premise of rights based on the First Amendment is that you should be able to express anything that you want, and that includes all of the worst ideas. And that threshold is the same as the supposed libertarian, right-wing libertarian position, is that my right to swing my fist ends where your face begins. I can't go and strike you. And as long as you will adhere to that standard and not threaten to strike somebody, or not incite others to strike somebody, like, you're free to say anything you want. And we also live in a marketplace of ideas where everybody gets, canceled the same way as, libertarians say that, businesses should be canceled because everybody becomes a brand. We live in this world where, we have our online avatars and exist in this online space as, individual corporations, which is the libertarian dream, the right-wing libertarian dream anyway. And
So, okay, I have a question. Because Brock wanted to know, he said that he agrees and wants to know how we plan to enforce it. And I'm wondering if he's asking about what I said, how I would plan on enforcing people not being a dick to other people. And if that's the question, which I believe it is, and I could be wrong, I believe it is. If that's the question, the answer is I don't plan on enforcing it. That's the point.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting to. The whole problem with right-wing libertarianism is that they want all the freedoms without any responsibility. Right. And left-wing libertarianism is about responsibility. We have responsibilities to each other. Society in general, we have responsibilities. And I'm sorry, we expect others to uphold their responsibilities, but they are just responsibilities. The enforcement should come from your own upbringing, your own sense of decency and honor, your own sense of camaraderie with your fellow humans. And if you can't do that, then you're not really a part of the society. You're not.
Well, it's like I've said before, like with regulation. The basis for regulation comes straight out of the principle of non-aggression, because the whole idea of the principle of non-aggression is that I will not aggress you as long as you don't aggress me. Well, regulation is there to draw the bright lines as to determine where aggression starts, because if I'm a chemical plant and I'm putting stuff out into the environment, at a certain point, my effluence starts to affect other people, effectively punching people in the nose, to push the analogy. So it's the line is to say, hey, here's the point where you start punching the rest of us, and if you cross that line, we will respond to the force you have already used against us with force of our own, only in response, well within the whole principle of non-aggression.
My libertarian sort of point of view emanates from a couple of basic premises. For me, basically, it's like this. The way I look at rights, they're not granted by the state; they're protected by the state. You proclaim your rights as an individual, as an entity, as a person. You say, "I have these rights," and chief among those is I am the sovereign of myself. And by extension, therefore, any rights that I might proclaim for myself, I have to be prepared to extend to other people. Otherwise, I'm not proclaiming rights, I'm proclaiming privileges.
Right.
Hey, curious, and when you talked about cancel culture for a moment, how do you feel about banks and payment processing sites dropping people because they don't like what they said online?
Not okay.
I mean, I think that's one of my big complaints about the neoliberal worldview, is treating everything as a commodification, including, speech. And for one thing, I don't think it's right that businesses that we treat each other as if we're business. businesses, and that we have to operate in this world as if we're all these, walking brands and corporations. It's a very cyberpunk position to come from, and that the fact that Patreon or Subscribestar or something, or PayPal drops somebody for something that they've said online is just the natural extension of the fact that we have this framework that we're all existing within. And as long as we have that framework, like, I don't see how anything else will happen. Like, that is sort of the inevitable outgrowth of it. And of course that's the next sort of domain of soon, Safeway will be saying nobody who's ever said the N-word can walk through our doors. And this is
a little bit of a different take on it, because basically, okay, as a business, so if, just say my company doesn't do business with Saudi Arabia, but just say I did. If my other customers threaten to boycott me because they don't like the fact that I do with Saudi Arabia, unless I'm really raking it in on Saudi Arabia, I'm going to drop Saudi Arabia because I got to protect my business. I don't see what these other companies doing is really any different. Because if you think about, like, if you remember Don Imus with the whole not beheaded hoe thing, NBC didn't fire him because he said something that offended people. He got fired because there was a boycott of those companies, and then of the sponsors, and then NBC said, "Oh shit, we're going to lose some money. Don has to go." That's what it came down to. And again, as a business owner, I'm going to do, within the law, I'm going to do what I have to do to protect my business, because it's not just me. I'm also protecting the rest of my employees as well.
So a couple of things. So one, is my sound better?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's a little bit better. It's still a little bit distorted, but it's a little bit better.
Okay. Well, it's a brand new webcam with a built-in mic. It's brand new. I had it a week, so I just had to adjust the sound. And I might have to adjust it again. But if it's better, I'm going to leave it for now. Okay. That's one thing. And the other thing is remember back in the days of MySpace? Mm-hmm. I had a MySpace, and I was working at a retailer. It's just a major nationwide retailer. And on my MySpace, they had the part where you list, your info, your personal info. And I put the name of the retailer. I was an employee of that establishment. Over the course of having my MySpace, I posted a lot of gay things, a lot of very racy kind of things. I posted some nudes on my MySpace. You can do all kinds of stuff on MySpace that you can't really do on Facebook. Right. And I had a lot of fun. My MySpace was awesome. I had a lot of fun on MySpace. But one day while I was at work, I got called to Human Resources. They wanted to discuss my MySpace page. And they said either I remove that I am an employee of the company, or I remove the questionable content, or I'm fired. It was just easier to remove them as my employer. But I left there really upset that my employer would be looking at my personal stuff. And I agree with that to this day, that they should not be looking at my MySpace and getting upset about what I have on there. At the same time, though, I understand that as a business, when they have an employee online who is openly saying that they're an employee of them, who's doing things that a lot of people might find questionable, they have a right to be upset about that, and to at least put forward a choice. Either you remove this, or you're gone. You have a choice. I think they're perfectly within their rights, even though I don't like it.
Right. Yeah. That said, like I don't look at my employees' stuff. In fact, with the exception of the True Puka, I have everybody else blocked, because I don't want them to see what I have, for that matter. I mean, Philip knows, that's how we met each other. So, there's no, and we talk about this stuff all the time. But the thing is that, I think it's kind of bizarre for unless there's an incident. I think it's weird for companies to be looking at people's personal pages. Now, okay, I had to go to the office today because one of the contractors who works for me. He's a pretty right wing guy. He's a Trump supporter, the whole deal. I know what I'd see if I went looking at his Facebook page. I don't go and look because I don't want to see it. Because as long as what he's doing is not affecting my business, I don't think it's my business. Now, if somebody does something and it starts to affect my business, then I might, I will probably would do something about that. But that's a different story.
When I was in,
something that you're talking about right now has to do with employees of a business. Now, I'm kind of with Rob there, but this is totally different than a business dropping a customer because of something they've said. I mean, like Patreon, the people who use Patreon, those are customers. A bank, someone having a bank account, that's a customer. That's not an employee. So I just wanted to show that they're.
I recall a few years ago,
it's a little different.
Wasn't it? Got kicked off of Patreon. Wasn't that right?
Sargon did, yeah.
Yeah, you got kicked off of Patreon. Now Patreon. I mean, there's an awful lot of things that you cannot accomplish in the world as an entity without a bank account. Even as an individual, it's hard getting along without a bank account. So bank accounts may be a slight exception because kids, when you first pose the question, should they be able to do that? I had an initial response like, no, they can't do that. You should be able. They shouldn't care what you do. And when it comes to banks, I think you might be able to make that argument. But like Rob said, there are examples where you might not want to deal with someone. Like for example, when I use on radio, if someone wanted to advertise on my station and that advertising that person or politician or whatever was going to bring my radio station into disrepute, I'd probably turn down the contract, even if it was lucrative, just because it's, you can't pay for your reputation.
Right, exactly, and that's the thing.
I mean, I was going to say
there were a lot of people, I guess thousands of people, who basically told Patreon. In some cases, actually did leave Patreon, and Patreon again, it was costing Patreon more in money to keep them than it would have been to drop them, and that's why they dropped them.
Yeah, to respond to Kazoom, it's not really the relationship of a customer and a service provider. It's more like the relationship of Uber and an Uber driver, where if you found out that an Uber driver, was a famous, YouTuber who had also sort of obliquely threatened sexual violence against a politician. Now, of course, Sargon did not actually do that, but the framing of what he said certainly appears that way, at least, in casual understanding. And it's enough that, like, of course, Uber would ban an Uber driver who was going around threatening sexual violence against politicians. It's just, sort of common sense. And so in this sense, again, it's just the natural outgrowth of this highly capitalist version of or this highly aggressive version of capitalism that we've decided is the American system of doing business. And as long as that's going on, like, we're going to have these things, and they're only going to escalate. It's only going to get more absurd.
And the irony to me of the right wingers getting upset about it is that's literally the world they told us that we needed instead of government. You don't need government, right. You don't need courts, you don't need all that stuff, because you don't need regulation, because the free market will respond. If somebody does something wrong, if you've been wronged, the free market will respond. So in this case, at least in this little microcosm, it actually is working.
Yeah, that invisible hand and turned out to be a fist.
yeah.
I want to bring attention to a comment on the sideline here. This one. Anything you say online and someone disagrees, they will maliciously conspire to get you fired. It's true that if you put your face or your opinions online, you're taking a risk because you're putting yourself out there, man, and that's definitely true. But the the higher truth is there's no opinion that you can state online that someone's not going to have an issue with, you know, and that's true.
So I wanted to we were talking about businesses, establishments, turning down a customer or like basically pitching a customer to the curb, and whether or not, like, in my opinion, it depends on why. Like I had a business. I threw people out of my business. I threw a few people out of my business. I am not going to serve you. I do not want your money. I don't want you to come back. I want you to get the fuck out of my store. And I believe then and now that I was perfectly within my rights, and I was perfectly right to do so.
But it depends on why.
And because of, like, behavior. If you're going to be an asshole in a public store and you're going to treat people there like shit, you can just get the fuck out. You can do that and somebody else's store is going to put up with it. I'm not going to put up with it. On the other hand, though, if I decided I'm going to put up a sign on the door that said I will not serve anybody who voted for Donald Trump, or I will not serve anybody who is I don't know, into lesbian porn, and that's it. Correct to do that, because I would be singling out a demographic.
Right. Well, how about if it was someone who got known to use racial slurs, or or they were known at another establishment to treat people like shit? Do you think that should be able to affect whether you have them as a customer or
yes?
Okay.
And banks in general do this every single day. They decide every single day whether or not they're going to be have a business relationship with people based on that person's past behavior. They do it to every single person. They do it every day.
I understand
with a credit score.
I understand it for the sake of if it's a
people make that decision.
If someone has done something actually in that business, in your business, if they've treated someone like shit in your business, that makes sense. But if it's somewhere else,
this is what I'm telling. But this is what I'm telling you. Businesses, banks, most specifically, make these decisions about every single person alive, every single person above a certain age. That may or may not do business with them at any point in time. They make these decisions about these people on a daily basis. It's part of what they do. And it's basically your credit score. And your credit score is basically your behavior in society when it comes to financial decisions and financial behaviors. And if you behave in ways that they don't like, they will not do business with you.
And that can include like past criminal behavior, for instance. Can affect your score.
You might believe, Kazum, that these are different things, and you'd be correct to a point.
Criminal behavior is one thing. Then there's but when it comes, I mean, and there's also the financial stuff, someone's credit score. Fine, those are different than just like what someone said online, or someone was known to treat someone like shit at a different establishment. I don't see those as being the same at all.
There is a thing, and I don't agree with it. I think it's a little bit of a scary way to go with this. But there's a thing in China going on where they have social credit and they have social credit scores, where the types of things that we're talking about now is like a reality there, where your everyday behavior is scored, and businesses
right down to how many steps you take in a day, how much exercise you get, everything.
Right,
that's a terrifying prospect.
It absolutely is. But we do have a version of that. We always have, and if I'm running a business and a similar business to mine, who was down the road, calls me and says, "Hey, there's this guy in town. His name is Jack, and he tried to steal potatoes right off the grill." So, if he comes into your place, just so you know, we threw him out of here and he's never allowed back into here. If Jack comes into my place, I might be extra dickish to him. I may decide that you're not getting anywhere near my grill, or I don't want you in my establishment. Because
well, nightclubs, they have lists of people that they circulate in the local area.
Well, even in my line of work, there are customers who are well known among us vendors that that their behavior is suspect. They try to skirt safety laws and environmental laws, and they don't spend they pay their bills late, and they do all this kind of stuff, and they're bad customers all around. And we do talk, and we do say, watch out. Oh, you're going to do business with them, get money up front, or watch out for this, because they're going to because for instance, like, let me finish. One of the things that happens
just like to address Rob real quick, who is calling me out for my Irish history, telling people around here that I steal potatoes off the grill. I say you're a liar, sir.
But one of the things. Well, let me finish my thought. One of the things that happens sometimes with certain clients, like, no matter what you do, they will be dicks at the end because they're looking for money out. So they'll agree to a bill. They'll agree to something. You give them a quote, and they say, "Okay, go ahead, do the work." And then you do the work, and then they try to nickel and dime you to death and try to get you to basically, so they don't have to pay the full bill. And then these stalling tactics and all that. If I hear about that from because I've dealt with clients like that, and they're horrible and they're not worth the money. And if I hear about that kind of behavior where they're basically being dicks, I will not do business with them.
So on that point of being dicks, so Jack is trying to steal some taters, and Rob's being dickish to him. You're making Brock's point. You guys are dictators.
I'm glad you went down like a funny route with that, because I wanted to respond to Deep Ashtray, and I want to second his question. Yeah, Kazoom, what did you do now? I mean, you're asking very specific kinds of. What did you do? We deserve to.
Well, the other thing too,
for instance, do you think, oh, this person is a Christian fundamentalist, and they might try to peddle their religion or something like that? Do you think someone should be able to
see that's different? That's different because it's a demographic. That's what you call prejudice. That's a bigotry.
Right. But if that person is from the Westboro Baptist Church and they've gone and targeted soldiers' funerals, that might get some businesses feeling like, I don't want to do business with this Westboro Baptist person who holds God hates F words outside of funeral processions.
I agree with Jack on this one. Yes, I mean, unless it's like Westboro Baptist Church,
well, right? Because that's based on their behavior, not their demographic.
Right. So yes. So like fundamentalist Christians wanted to come into my store, and many did. Most of my customers were. That's fine. I have no personal problem with it. I mean, legally, me having a problem with it would be a problem, because it would be discrimination against a demographic. So,
well, and here's the thing to remember too, as far as banks go, because there are actuaries, and actuaries, determine like what the risk of you is, and they do look at behavior, including non-financial behavior, and up until fairly recently, that also included your demographic, not just your age and your gender, your sexual identity, your sexuality, your race, because some actuarial table said that, well, even though, yes, this person's history may be good, but they're part of a demographic that has a bad history, so we're going to discount what their standing, which is actually kind of fucked up if you think about it, because it's kind of like, if you ever take statistics, it's the whole idea of the 250 batter versus the 250 pitcher in a 260 league. It's like, well, if you have a good score and you're from the hood, and where everybody's got a score that's like 580, and your score is 720, It's probably really like an 800 because you're starting off in a position that's actually harder to maintain than everybody around you because property values are lower, the wage base is lower, and all these things, and you still manage to do it. But people don't think that way. It's like I was talking with Tracy Harris a few weeks ago about affirmative action. She had made the point that, you know, a lot of times people get upset about it because they're like, well, if you know, so you're saying, well, if that person's equal to me in the job, but they're going to get it because they're black, and her point was, well, if that person had a road that was much harder, if they had to carry a 50-pound weight to get there, and they got there at the same time as you, they actually ran a better race than you did. They're actually a better runner than you because they were holding the 50-pound weight. You both started out, and they might have actually started out further behind you, but somehow they ended up in the same spot as you. They're actually the better runner. But so people don't recognize that because they want to think, well, we're on paper we're equal, but we're really not. But yeah, that's all. I know that's a little bit of a departure, but
there's if Jack had a bachelor's degree in social justice underwater basket weaving, where he's never going to be able to get a job with it, and then Joe had half as much debt, but it was going to a check advance place in the middle of Detroit, they are going to discriminate. And they're going to treat that white debt of Jack far more friendly than they will the black debt of Joe.
Yeah.
Even though it's money. And it should
Michael,
be
where are you right now in your house? This is not your normal room. Where are you?
This is the couch in the living room.
Oh, okay.
So what do you think we can do to stop from eventually getting a social credit system? What can we do to stop that from happening here?
Get
what
rid
can we
of
do
capitalism.
to prevent that from happening here?
Get rid of this
What?
version of capitalism
What?
because it comes from this.
In my opinion, we're already like 3/4 of the way down that road, Kazoom, because our digital footprint on social media and elsewhere online, our entire online behavior is mapped and tracked, and that says an awful lot about you. These decisions about who you are and what you're likely to do or not do are already being made. They're not necessarily being made by the government, though. They're being made by various corporations and research companies who are selling data and, you know, for various different purposes.
And algorithms.
Okay, so
I would argue that we've always lived in that society, always. And I'm talking feudalism, pre-feudalism, social standing. You know, it manifests itself in different ways, and certainly now it's become more of a science and quantifiable measures, but it's always existed. You know, I mean, you know, we talk about political capital and social capital; those aren't new ideas. You know, and people could lose standing and lose face. In fact, you know, in certain societies, it was even worse because if you got ostracized by your society, you might never have an opportunity to come back. You know, that's why, like, it's funny. A lot of these, you know, comedians that are supposedly been canceled because, you know, whatever. And like Dave Chappelle's still out there making, you know, specials for $10 million a pop. So for a guy who's been canceled, doing really fucking well. You know, Louis C.K. stumbled a bit, but he's still making a comeback. You know, the only one who didn't make a comeback is Bill Cosby because he went to jail. You know, but you know, this idea that it's a, you know, a permanent thing. Well, and actually, you know, look at the Dixie Chicks. You know, the right wing was more than happy to cancel the Dixie Chicks because they said they were embarrassed by George W. Bush. So the right wing has done this forever as well. It's not, you know, but they just like to play the victim when it happens to them.
Yeah, we've always had a certain amount of it, but it doesn't mean we should be okay with ramping it up and making it so, you know, just. I mean, I agree with Jack that the way that it would be implemented in the United States, the way hard-coded social credit system would go in the United States would be through capitalism. It would be businesses doing it rather than the government doing it. So like in China, it's all about the government, isn't it?
Yeah, but the thing is,
I mean,
there's the
it's
worst part of that.
partly. Yeah, it's partly still capitalism in China. I mean, China is one of the most capitalist countries in the world, and they're largely implementing their social credit score system because they're maintaining these markets, and it's like from their perspective, they're a
Okay.
planned
So
economy, but they're still approaching it as, this is a business problem to have these people who are, either uh, falling in line or counter, to our aims. Like it's worse in China because, of course, authoritarianism and capitalism really work well together. Like they're surprisingly effective as teammates. So yeah, I'm afraid of getting to the place that China is in now through our, ever ramping up this more and more aggressively zero sum game form of capitalism that we currently use.
And actually,
Michael was going to say something real quick.
So I've been researching SEO on Google recently, and I found out that if you have a new store and you ask someone across the country who's like a family member to give you a 5-star rating that's fake, because they're not local and their phone never said the GPS coordinates of that store, you're going to get dinged for having a fake review, right? The algorithm can tell by your shopping habits whether you are male or female, what race you are, whether you're pregnant or not, right? It can tell these things with pretty good accuracy. So good that it started to discriminate against people. And if it considers you a black shopper and you give some white place a positive review, that place is going to get referred out less to white people. It's evil and it's insane.
yeah, and and while I mean, I laugh with Jack when he's because that's his answer for everything is destroy capitalism. But the thing is though, where at least as far as this digital version that we're talking about, what we're concerned about, yeah, this was created. I don't. It wasn't even by neoliberals. This is like this is radical ANCAPs that came up with this shit. And that's why again I don't like it, but I laugh at the right wing playing victim because this is a system that they asked for. They created this. This was their people that created this.
I recommend everybody read a book by Jaron Lanier called "Who Owns the Future," and it talks about this idea of like big data that because all these algorithms are owned by giant corporations, and those corporations, the people who can afford to have a giant server farm that like includes all the data that you'd need in order to run this kind of algorithm effectively, that means that more and more a very, very, very small number of people will own all of the data in the world, and that data represents a tremendous amount of power. And so Jaron Lanier wrote an argument about democratizing data that we would, and it's kind of an interesting idea. I won't go into the whole thing. There's a whole book about it, but he talks about a point at which we are doing sort of microtransactions with our data. We maintain ownership over our data, and every time we give little bits of our data out, we're paid small amounts and the internet is pretty good at being able to do this kind of thing. I mean, it would be similar to sort of the Venmo or Cash App kind of transactions, but for pennies at a time, as we either allow little bits of our data out, or if we do work in terms of like editing a Wikipedia article or a fandom article, we'd be paid small amounts for doing that. And it's a very interesting idea, and it's one of the few times I've seen a concrete, cohesive, like thoroughly thought out alternative to the very dark future that we're heading to, where Amazon just owns all the information about us, or Google, or whatever, in these giant server farms.
I'm not very optimistic about the future as regards that, though, because I mean, you didn't need a lot of foresight to see that these problems were going to exist from the very inception of the internet.
And to that point, Paul, even pre-internet, I mean, at least pre the public knowing anything about it. Are you guys familiar with the Judas Priest song "Electric Eye"?
Not right off the top of my head.
Okay, so these words are from 1982. Up here in space, I'm looking down on you. My lasers trace everything you do. You think you've private lives. Think nothing of the kind. There is no true escape. I'm watching all the time. I'm going to skip over the chorus. Always in focus. You can't feel my stare. I zoom into you. You don't know I'm there. I take a pride in probing all your secret moves. My tearless retina takes pictures that can prove. And then let me see. Then the chorus is, I'm made of metal. My circuits gleam. I am perpetual. I keep the country clean. I'm elected. Electric spy. I'm protected. Electric eye. So this is 1982, and even then, like, the whole idea of the surveillance state was already like preeminent in music. That people were
sure.
like, hey,
and what's going on in China right now is an extreme example of it. I mean, they've got CCTVs on virtually every corner of every major city. You're basically monitored everywhere you go now, and your behavior is evaluated. And who makes those decisions is a huge issue. And it doesn't really matter if you've got a capitalist or other society. If you have a surveillance society with a social credit scoring system, it's going to be open to all kinds of arbitrary discrimination. You know what I mean?
I think it does matter.
All societies have always had a social credit system. I mean, whether it's just, you have a reputation of being a hard worker or whatever, and that gets you a certain social standing, or you have a reputation of being, I don't know, very philanthropic or whatever, and that gets you a social standing and whatever. It's always.
I think it does matter what kind of system it is, though, because the thing about capitalism that makes it more toxic than other economic systems is that it requires infinite growth, and there is only one bottom line, which is the financial bottom line.
I'm gonna disagree, because I've known a number of people who grew up and lived in the Soviet Union in a surveillance state, and they would tend to disagree with you, or at least
Right.
They would say that was just as bad.
The Soviet Union is a really ugly example of a authoritarian surveillance state. I would say that capitalism is no less authoritarian. It just has a different expression. And in this case, I mean, the expression that we often see with American style capitalism, which I have to continually reiterate, is different than a lot of the world's capitalism. I mean, America is a very specific brand, and I can have some wiggle room and some gray area with some versions of capitalism. We can talk about Northern Europe and the Scandinavian countries, and there's a lot of place where I can find common ground there. But when we're talking about American style capitalism, we have a particularly heartless version of it, a particularly bottom line driven version that excludes really all humanity. It is a very utilitarian perspective on the value of each individual based on either their market capital, their ability to leverage that market capital, or their work capacity. And there are other systems that we can create that don't use those as primary metrics for how we see humanity.
And I'll agree with you there. In fact, I'll go one further. As I said, they're not even doing bottom line. They think they're doing bottom line, but bottom line thinking would actually look at long-term cost of ownership, if you will. And we don't even do that. So because we don't look at the value of investment and say, okay, well, we may be spending money now, but that's going to have a payback, and that's actually going to reduce the net cost of whatever we're doing. but we don't even look
Right.
at
It's
that.
short term and rapacious.
Exactly. And to me, that's actually probably the worst feature of it, because, like, again, you could justify a lot of leftist policies based on right-wing thinking if you actually took in long-term effect. You know, like, so like prison, you know, like the proper right-wing response to prison is actually to go to a Scandinavian system, because it produces better outcomes, because it costs less money and reduces crime at the same time. So strictly from a cost benefit analysis, that would be the better answer. But we don't.
Right.
We're not capable of even doing that.
Well, and it's partly because conservatism is also based in this fear, and
And Calvinism.
There's that need to punish that is intrinsic to it, and the problem from their perspective is that, you know, Sweden doesn't punish people, or Norway doesn't punish people harshly enough, and you know, I don't know how we get past that, but I think that is intrinsically linked to the reason why American capitalism is particularly acidic,
odious,
and ablative.
Good word. Good. Ablative. That's a great word, and used in context.
Yeah, usually now we have to drink it. Cheers.
I have to say goodnight. It's been in about 4 hours, and I need to get some food in me. But I've enjoyed it very much, and I hope everyone's had a really wonderful night and continues to have a wonderful night. And I'll see you soon.
Peace, Jack.
Take care, Jack.
Bye.
Yeah. No. Just really quickly about the whole social credit thing. I mean, I kind of have a very dark idea that this is where the future is going, and I can't see that it's a very good thing, and I don't really know how much of a choice we're going to be given. You know, the same way I feel about non-driving cars and a whole bunch of other stuff. You know what I mean? I mean, it's just like I just think that there's some things that are happening that we're not basically being consulted about. I mean, did anyone ask you if they could invent the internet, for example? I don't remember that. I remember them telling us it was coming, but I don't remember ever being put up for a vote.
Well, that's the thing, though. It actually wasn't created to be this public access.
Right, it was the military
utility. Yeah, exactly. It was like, how do we continue to communicate and share secure information between government and the military in times of crisis?
Yeah.
But you know, the thing about it is, what's sad about it is, obviously the internet is, on the one hand, one of the greatest tools ever devised by humans, and on the other hand, it's also, like any tool, subject to massive abuse. And of course, but the greater the tool, the bigger the abuse.
Oh, and this is exactly what's, I think, the really tragic thing about the internet. I mean, I first signed online in early 1997, so I've been online for 23 years now. And the first 10 years of that, I would call the Wild West days of the internet, where virtually anything kind of went. Corporate was pretty much they were still afraid of the internet. They couldn't really see how to maximize profit on the internet. There wasn't really social media in any meaningful way till about 07 as well, maybe 05. But once social media started taking off and they started to realize that they could harvest all this data, it was a game changer. That, plus the fact that everybody here has driven a vehicle, I'm sure. And, I'm sure that everybody here, despite how lovely we are in person, when you're behind the wheel of your car, a different side of you can come out, right? Because you've got the barrier of your little bubble that you're enclosed in, and you can probably even scream at someone, "Oh, get out of my fucking way, you jerk," and they won't hear you, right? So you can allow maybe.
Yeah, but I say that to people normally.
That society doesn't normally permit, and the internet does that times 1,000, because most people don't put their face on the internet. A lot of people don't put their name on the internet as well, and it just empowers people to be complete fucking cocks,
Well, although I don't know if you heard what I said, Paul. I said I do that anyway. See, that's the funny thing. You're right, though. I mean, I remember, I don't know how many times in forums I used to be on. Like, I used to be very active in the New York Mets forum, and I don't know how many times, get into an argument with some schlub, and they get internet muscles, and they're like, "Oh, you wouldn't say that to my face." And at the time, I had like a partial season ticket plan, and I used to post my seat numbers. I'm like, "Hey, stop by and see me anytime." They never took me up on it ever, not once. You know? In fact, it's funny. One guy was like, "Oh, you're gonna fight." I'm like, "No, I wouldn't fight in the middle of the stadium. I get banned for life. Are you that stupid?" You know, I'm saying that because I'm telling you. The thing is, I'm saying to you here, I would say to you in person because I think you're a punk if you say things that you wouldn't say in person.
Yeah. I was a bit more of a little bitch about it when people used to say back in chat rooms before the days of social media, and we used to do chat rooms, right? And you'd be in a chat room and someone would say something dickish, and so you'd say something snappy back, and they'd be like, "Oh, I bet you wouldn't. You wouldn't say that to me with my face or whatever." I'd be like, "Well, yeah, I'm on the internet, you know." You're right. I wouldn't, and that's
Well, see, it's really more of a New Jersey thing, because here in New Jersey, if the person found out that you said something behind their back that you wouldn't say to their face, they'd probably kick your ass. So
right.
you learn to be direct. It's the thing that's been so sad about it. It's kind of crept up on us, like no one really kind of saw it. Although the whole thing of like cameras everywhere, I remember in the '90s when the British first started putting that out there as an idea. Oh, we're for safety's sake, we're going to put cameras, and they're all going to be tied back. It's not going to be the company who owns the shopping center. It's going to be the police, and they're going to watch your parking lot and make sure that there's no thefts or fights or whatever like that. And on the one hand, it's weird because you think, okay, well, they're responding to people breaking the law, but on the other hand, there's something, there is something very dystopian about that. Well, they're just going to sit there and wait for you to break the law. And I forget one of the justices, might have been Lawrence Berger, had said years ago that he was commenting on like basically cops that would use basic traffic stops as a prelude to kind of like search you and kind of go further than they should be allowed to. And he basically said, like, look, it's not possible to drive without breaking traffic laws. Like you're just not going to not break the traffic law. So using that as a pretext to him was anathema, because basically it amounts to the state just basically violating the Fourth Amendment. You're just like kind of sitting there in your house and waiting till you fuck up.
What were you gonna say, Kazum?
Oh, I was just going to say, you mentioned that the internet, the internet changed everything. Well, I'd say what changed things just as much as the internet being available to the public in general was when these came out. 2007, iPhone got released. This isn't an iPhone, but I'm just saying when that got released, our culture changed. These changed our culture just phenomenally.
Well, massively,
word,
certainly.
But yeah,
greatly in the large sense, and not in the good sense necessarily.
I think that a smartphone that has the ability to get on the internet and so on is one of the modern marvels of the humankind. I mean, honestly, it's a wonder that I can reach into my pocket and access to some of human knowledge, and I can also tap a bit of glass and talk to someone in the fucking Himalayas in real time. Amazing. And I'll tell you a true story about that. 4 years ago, when Prince died, everybody I know associates me with Prince because I knew I was such a big Prince fan. And honestly, it was as if someone in my family died. I got like almost 10 calls or texts from people seriously within an hour of Prince dying. And one of those texts was from my friend who was at base camp in the Himalayas.
Oh, wow.
I'm not even kidding. She was out there, and she's like, "Oh, I just heard Prince died. I'm so sorry. Are you okay?" I'm like, "Aren't you in Nepal right now?" And she's like, "Yeah."
Well, that's like you guys know Atheist Aussie. I don't think he has a channel.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Yeah, so Derek, on Facebook, he's Derek Tube Kids. You may have known him from that. But anyway, I remember once years ago, I was on a call, a Skype call, It was me and him and a couple Canadians and someone and Chepo. Do you remember Chepo? He was part of the group, and say he was in Mexico, and there was like D-Landing Cole and somebody else in Britain, and I was like, and there was somebody from Germany, and I was just remarking like, if it wasn't for the internet, there's zero chance I would have met any of you. And here I am having a real-time conversation with people literally stretched across the globe. And, you know, how amazing that was. And I've got friends, people that I could go visit in, you know, on other continents and have. I mean, Paul and I have met.
Well, that's right.
You know, it is pretty amazing. You know, I'll get to pull a Louis C.K. thing. You know, we have all this, and you know, when we use it to like send a mean comment to people on Facebook while taking a shit, you know.
Why is it that under Paul's direction we've become less inclusive?
Because he moved.
Something I was thinking about when it comes to these is about data collection. This is when data collection really started to come into place. Whenever I go to just about any store or a park or anything, my phone will say, "Hey, what did you think of that park?" And I never turned on the phone when I went to it. They just collected that information, and this type of information is also given to other companies, that data. I don't even know for sure whether this might be listening to things that I'm saying.
Oh, totally.
Oh, it
even
does.
when it's off, listening to what I'm saying, even when it's off. And because I've heard other people say this, and it's only happened to me a couple times where something I was talking about suddenly shows up in ads that I see on a website when I'm using the phone.
Yeah, well, it definitely listens when the phone's on. It absolutely listens to you when you're on.
And Michael made a point a few jamborees back, maybe a few months ago even, that nowadays you can no longer remove the battery from a lot of these smartphones, whereas once upon a time you could. Now you can't disable your phone. That's not accidental, you know?
Yeah, the argument was, oh, well, now they're more waterproof, and I'm like, yeah, you know what? I only dropped my phone in water once, and it was actually the type that you could take the battery out, and it was okay because I grabbed it immediately, and it was fine. So, yeah, I tend to, you know, and you know me, Paul, I'm not giving over to conspiratorial thinking, but on this one, I think there's something to what you're saying. Well, and there's a few things like that. Well, that and you know that you can't change a lot of them. You could, for a while there, you couldn't change the memory.
Right. Well, I've talked to half a dozen people that mentioned the problem Kazoom just mentioned about how, you know, you say something out loud and within 5 minutes, there's an advertisement on your phone for the same thing or something to do with what you were just talking about. And it's just like, is it listening? I mean, you know, when we watch the news, you know, sometimes we might make political comments of a facetious, however, bad taste nature, right? And I'm thinking to myself, my God, should I like do this in front of my phone? That's the world we live in now.
Well, here's an example, Paul. Kind of even stretches the thing even further. There have been times I have made purchases using my work email, which is a completely different domain, and then shortly after started getting ads for those products on my Facebook, which I'm signed in with a completely different email address.
Well,
and that's thing. And so I did the order on the computer, not even on the phone. And it linked that computer was mine, and these two accounts were mine, and therefore it's sending me ads to Facebook.
That's kind of spooky, man. That's kind of spooky. I mean,
yeah.
You know, I had one of my friends on Facebook from Cornwall laughed at me when I said this because I thought I was being really clever and trying to beat the system, right? Because I only use Mozilla Firefox for Facebook. I won't use Google or the Internet Explorer one for that, right? And I only use Chrome for StreamYard and the Breakfast Club. That's the only, and I use Microsoft for YouTube and Twitter, right? And I thought, oh, they'll never know that my Facebook account is attached to my YouTube account because I use different browsers and they're on different email names and blah blah. No. Who did I think I was kidding, man? You know what I mean? They know everything about you. They probably know what you dream at night. I mean, it's really it's not.
Yeah. No, and that's the thing. And I don't know. I mean, well, basically, I mean, we'd have to pass some data protection laws, and no right-wing government's going to do that.
Well, this goes to what Jack was saying a few minutes before he left, which is that it should have been, because, or Joe, we said as well. I mean, these problems are foreseeable from some distance out, and so the idea that individuals should own their own data should have been established before the public was really getting wired online. I mean,
right.
By the year 2000, I think in the United States, public in-house internet access was still around 10 or 15%. It wasn't very many households until after the millennium. And certainly back in those days, it was a doable thing as far as Congress was concerned as well. There was not as many interested parties with, billions and billions of dollars like there is now. Now these behemoths like Facebook and Google and others, they have so much power. They have more power and
here's the other thing too. This is the thing that also bothers me, is that protecting your identity and your information should be a right-wing value.
Right.
It should be, but it's not.
That you own your data, and you should also have the right to say no. You should have the right to say, no, I don't want you to use my data for those purposes. And if that means I don't use your platform, fair enough. But I mean, I personally think that you should be able to say, you can only use, and then say this amount of my data and no more. They should. Go ahead, Michael.
In all fairness, it might have been in one of those terms of services that you just scrolled all the way to the bottom and clicked OK on.
Right. I mean, back in the day when the internet was still new, before the turn of the century, I used to actually go through the terms of service and read the whole stupid thing every single time, because I was brought up that you never sign a contract unless you read the contract, right? And I made a joking video back in 2013 about how, Google has harvested my daughter because it says if you criticize Google on a Google product, you have to give up your firstborn. But of course, I'd never read it. I just signed, I agree, and it literally could say something like that and no one would ever know.
On the more serious side, I actually have had concerns that the reason why Donald Trump was trying to fight to get a piece of TikTok, at least the U.S. piece, and have U.S. companies involved in the data, is because there's no way for them to put down a rebellion that spreads on TikTok, because it's a foreign company hosting this social media service. And during the George Floyd riots, a lot of videos that people were sharing were being spread around like wildfire on that platform. And that's when they realized, oh, holy shit, this is dangerous, right?
The police brutality videos, you mean?
Mm-hmm. So in the same token, Huawei phones are demonized here in the U.S. by our government as a security threat. But what if the reason why they're a security threat is every other type of phone they have manufactured so that they can spy on you, but Huawei phones don't have that option because they're made by a foreign country with a completely different system? Maybe that's the reason why they're demonizing them, is because we already have the bad phones. Those are actually just pre-bad.
I think I'm going to sleep really well tonight, Michael. Thanks for that.
He's just a ray of sunshine.
Hey, listen, gents, I really appreciate the long hangout, and I wouldn't have stayed this long except for you guys all showed up a bit late. So I'm glad you were here. Thanks for coming. And
hey, glad to be here.
I'm going to say thank you as well to all the people in the sidebar who've been active in the chat, and to those who are too shy to be active in the chat. You're always welcome as well here at the Breakfast Club. And we'll be here with another Jamboree style thing next week. Same bat time, same bat channel. Say goodbye, everybody.